opening the meeting at 9:02 a.m. And if we could have, roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Barlas.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill. We'll reflect that Councilmember O'Neill is absent for today's meeting. Councilmember Beckmeyer. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
Mayor Beer.
Present. We will now, I'll read the land acknowledgement. It is 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, isn't it, everyone? The city of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First People and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. I'll now do the salute to the flag, and I will go ahead and lead that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sarah, you want to make your announcement about how to participate in the meeting today?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location, open to the public pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953 as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. This meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through Zoom. For members of the public participating via Zoom, use the raise hand button or *9 if you're dialing in to raise your hand to request to speak when the mayor calls upon that agenda item and public comment. *6 will unmute yourself when you're called upon to speak. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time and allow to unmute after calling your screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if you're dialing in. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it. So let's go over a little bit about how we're going to go through our meeting today. So we'll be considering 2 separate items today, the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan. Due to an appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendation on the general plan, the city cannot take final action on the general plan today. So we're not going to be able to take any final action, but we do intend to take all public comments today and engage in deliberations. But then we will be adjourning the meeting to July 11th, 2022. Also, for our public comment period, because we will be considering 2 separate ideas, there'll be 3 minutes for each separate agenda item. 3 minutes total for the general plan, and then 3 minutes total for the Sharp Park specific plan. So I wanted to set that up for you right away. Once we hear our staff report, we'll go to public comment, and then we will go back and come and go through the general plan chapter by chapter first, and then take any comments or questions and we're gonna roll on here. So I'm excited about this day. Thank you everyone for all of your participation in the last many months, actually years, leading into this document. So we will have our staff report. Acting Planning Director Murdoch.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Council. As mentioned, I am Acting Planning Director Christian Murdoch. I am also excited to be here today for this momentous point in this Plan Pacifica process. I'm joined today, of course, by City Manager Kevin Woodhouse. We have staff from Public Works, the Fire Authority, as well as our consultants from Dye and Batia and from Good City Company. This is the first City Council public hearing to consider adoption of the General Plan Update. The General Plan Update process has been ongoing for more than 10 years, and the city is long overdue to comprehensively update its 1980 General Plan. The city will also benefit from a new Sharp Park specific plan at some point that will enhance the integrity and vibrancy of the Sharp Park neighborhood. Development of these plans has involved numerous community meetings, online engagement opportunities, surveys, one-on-one discussions, stakeholder interviews, and other activities in a genuine attempt to seek community input. In total, the city has engaged hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of residents and visitors in the development of these plans. At a high level, I just want to touch briefly on some of the benefits of having an updated general plan. We sometimes hear the question, why bother updating the general plan? There are many advantages to having an updated general plan, as well as a new Sharp Park specific plan. These provide updated information about our community to inform decision-making, including public investments in key infrastructure, transportation projects, and other community facilities. Updated standards to improve the development review process also are included within and will support the development of new regulations such as objective standards to apply to housing projects, which is increasingly important under state law. And another benefit relates to outside funding. For instance, identifying particular public improvements desired by the city to improve its chances of receiving grant funding. At this point, Ms. Moore, could you please bring up the slide presentation?
Can everyone see my screen?
Great. So our presentation today is going to go over a summary of the Plan Pacifica process, some of the contents of the draft general plan and Sharp Park specific plan, and a discussion of the public comment and review process, including development of the draft and final environmental impact report. Next slide. So at this point, Ms. Moore is going to take us through some of the slides in the presentation. Allison is a consultant that's been integral to supporting the city from our consultant, Dye and Batia, and has been the lead consultant in the development of this plan.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for having us here. I'll just provide a quick overview of the process as well as some highlights of the general plan and Sharp Park specific plan. So as Christian mentioned, and as the mayor mentioned, the Plan Pacifica update has been in the making for a long time and represents the culmination of a significant amount of work for several documents, including the general plan update, the local coastal land use plan, and a new Sharp Park specific plan, as well as an environmental impact report. The general plan is a policy document mandated by state law to address physical development and conservation, and that represents community objectives translated into policies, maps, and specific actions. At its most fundamental level, the general plan is a roadmap to achieving the community's vision and helps the city plan for the future. The Sharp Park specific plan is a tool to implement the general plan and reflects a community vision for a vibrant center for the city. It contains several area-specific policies for economic development, land use, housing opportunities, and urban design in Sharp Park. Finally, as required by the California Environmental Quality Act, the Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, analyzes what potential impacts the general plan and Sharp Park specific plan might have on the environment and how the plan can reduce these impacts. As Christian mentioned, all components have been informed by a robust community engagement process, building on the significant effort conducted from 2009 to 2014. that included a citywide refresh and reorientation in 2019, plus a pivot to all virtual methods conducted during COVID, including Zoom meetings, online surveys, and other means. So just a quick overview of what's in our general plan. It contains all the elements required by state law, as well as the optional economic sustainability and community design elements. Several key themes underlie the general plan and have informed policy development, including the importance of Pacifica's natural amenities, including open space preservation and an enhanced trail system, the importance of sustainable development in light of our planet's finite resources and changing climate, creating more of a destination for tourism, revitalizing underutilized shopping centers and adding more mixed-use development, creating the unique Vital Center with the Sharp Park specific plan, adding more housing at various income levels and various types to increase and preserve Pacifica's diversity, providing additional recreational opportunities, improved infrastructure, and protecting Pacificans from natural hazards common of California coastal communities. So as I mentioned, this is a refresh of the prior effort accounting for changes since 2014, including the abandonment of the Calera Parkway widening project, a significant effort to develop sea level rise adaptation policies as part of the Coastal Commission grant, a completed bike and pedestrian master plan, feedback from community meetings, including Home for All meetings on housing needs in Pacifica, and other new requirements under state law, including changes to how transportation impacts are assessed under CEQA, that is a move from level of service to vehicle miles traveled, requirements to address climate adaptation and resiliency, addressing environmental justice, and various other laws related to increasing housing production. So in essence, the general plan provides the city with tools to address the challenges of the next 20 years. And I'll just go quickly through what each of our elements contains. The first, economic sustainability, contains policies and actions that provide direction for improving the city's business and tourist attraction strategies, as well as supporting business activities to meet the needs of the community and visitors of the city. The chapter describes retail and tourism prospects supported through creating a destination or placemaking, particularly in the town center concept that underlies the Sharp Park specific plan, enhancing the city's fiscal sustainability, local business support and revitalization, attracting new employers, and building upon Pacifica's natural environment as an economic and tourism driver. Pacifica is a distinct community with several features shaping its image and livability. And the community design element discusses compatible infill development, pedestrian-oriented mixed-use districts, preservation of views to hillsides, coastal bluffs, and the ocean, as well as sustainable design. This chapter identifies certain areas where additional standards and guidelines may be needed and provides policies at a citywide scale, as well as key goals that define distinct areas within the city. Policies aim to create new activity centers, preserve and enhance existing neighborhoods and commercial districts with community design considerations, and protect hillsides and sensitive natural and visual resources of the coast. The land use element is one of the most important tools the city has to guide development into the future. It includes a land use framework, which is composed of a land use map and various designations, which detail density and intensity and intended uses. The element also details land use characteristics by various sub-areas of the city. There are also several policies that aid in balancing the considerations and trade-offs of a modern coastal city, including policies that support Coastal Act priorities, strategies to protect natural and scenic resources, like updating the Hillside Preservation Ordinance or transfer of development rights, programs to facilitate housing, and then certain policies that also describe specific requirements on certain key sites or in areas with considerations related to hazards or potential impacts to biological or natural resources. Most of the city would not experience a land use change. A great deal of land in Pacifica is classified as parks or conservation. 47% of the city is currently preserved open space, and all of this is planned to remain as such, with additional conservation areas added. New changes are concentrated in commercial areas where the current commercial designation is now differentiated into more specific land use areas, with emphasis on facilitating mixed-use development, for which there are 3 new mixed-use designations, or other more specific commercial uses, as I mentioned. Other changes represent just catching up to current development patterns or public ownership. Pacifica must balance the need to plan for new jobs and housing growth with other community goals, including safety and environmental protection. And in a constrained, mostly built-out environment that Pacifica has, the plan accommodates approximately 990 units of housing and 643,500 square feet of non-residential development. The circulation element provides a framework to guide management and improvements to Pacifica's transportation-related infrastructure over the next 20 years, and it addresses travel by car, transit, walking, and cycling. The element describes streetscape improvements and pedestrian priority areas, incorporating complete street concepts, planned improvements like the Manor Drive Overcrossing project, as well as potential additional actions, coordination with Caltrans and the county, and other improvements that can help accommodate build out and ease congestion. The plan also includes new bicycle and pedestrian improvements that are consistent with the 2020 Bicycle Pedestrian Master Plan, policies to advocate for better transit service and improve public transit conditions, and policies for on-street parking, off-street parking for recreational visitors, and parking design for efficiency and environmental benefits. As previously mentioned, open space and conservation is an important community goal and defining feature of the city. The open space and community facilities element seeks to document existing public open space and community facilities and infrastructure, identify priority improvements, and ensure they meet the needs of community members. And policies to do this address park types and standards, including parkland dedication or in lieu fees, policies for parks, beaches, expansion of the trail system, coastal access improvements, and community facility needs. In addition to parkland classifications, the element also identifies potential park improvements and opportunity sites in various locations, including at the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site and the quarry site. The conservation element provides policy guidance to conserve Pacifica's environmental, scenic, natural, and cultural resources, including Pacifica's creeks and water resources, air, land, and soil, and Pacifica's culturally significant historical structures. Policies include protection to creeks, wetlands, and coastal waters, stormwater management, water supply and conservation, wastewater collection and treatment, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, including updating Pacifica's current climate action plan, as well as strong integration and protections of historically and culturally significant resources in the city. Worth mentioning is Pacifica's significant biodiversity. There are several policies related to the protection of sensitive or critical habitat for a vast array of plant and wildlife species, including the red-legged frog and steelhead. Any development in a sensitive area, as shown on this map to the left here, are required to engage a qualified biologist and consult with California Department of Fish and Wildlife if special status species are identified. In response to the EIR, we received a recommendation from Fish and Wildlife to study wildlife movement, crossings, and mortalities to determine appropriate wildlife corridor locations. So in response to this, the Planning Commission recommended staff's recommendation for a new policy for support and participation in a sub-regional study to identify such corridors, led and conducted by an appropriate agency. The purpose of the safety element is to establish goals and policies to mitigate potential impacts from natural and man-made hazards that pose a threat to public health and safety. So specifically, policies in this element address seismic and geologic hazards, flooding and drainage, fire, and others, as well as related aspects of law enforcement, emergency preparedness, and coordinated response measures. The general plan also incorporates by reference San Mateo County's multi-jurisdictional local hazard mitigation plan. Hazards were one of the top issues identified by commenters, particularly for landslides, coastal erosion, sea level rise, and wildfire. And the general plan includes several policies related to these hazards, including restrictions, required geotechnical investigations, geologic hazard abatement districts, bluff top development restrictions, plan review and fire-prone areas, and others. Local coastal land use plan update policies also contain a multitude of sub-area specific policies and requirements for additional studies. Since the end of May and in June, the team has been coordinating with the Department of Conservation to produce supplemental background maps that show historical landslides and debris flow locations that have occurred in the city. These maps complement the existing zones of required investigation that's shown on one of these additional map. And that area covers a very large percentage of the city and incorporates this historical landslide information as part of its methodology. The state mandated noise element describes sources of noise in the planning area, including from roadways and airports, and includes policies related to community noise level standards and design features for noise reduction. I'll go quickly now through specific plan content. So the Sharp Park specific plan is a tool for development and preservation in the Sharp Park area, encompassing the blocks along Palmetto Avenue between Paloma and Clarendon, and inclusive of Eureka Square. The specific plan contains 8 chapters and includes policies on land use, mobility, urban design, infrastructure, coastal resiliency and resources, as well as implementation. And the plan really helps to guide the future of Sharp Park in a direction the community wants and makes it easier for community goals to be achieved by providing clear guidelines and policies. And the specific plan effort is part of and will be consistent with the update that is consistent with the general plan and the local coastal program. Because the general plan is inclusive of the specific plan and general plan policies, and because general plan policies apply in the Sharp Park specific plan area, the environmental effects of implementing the Sharp Park specific plan are also analyzed as part of the EIR.
Ms. Moore, will you allow me to jump in and just clarify one point? As to the mention of local coastal land use plan consistency, that's in reference to the certification draft LCLUP that the City Council approved in 2020, not a statement of consistency with the existing 1980 certified local coastal land use plan, just for clarification.
Thanks, Christian. And so the Sharp Park specific plan builds on historical efforts to improve this area, including the Palmetto Streetscape project in 2014. And then as well as in 2018, these improvements were carried out. And then in 2020, the area was designated a priority development area by MTC and the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG. So in tandem with general planning efforts, there's also been a vast depth and breadth of Sharp Park visioning activities, workshops, surveys, and that those have culminated in the following visioning statement. So one of the most important guiding principles in the specific plan is to create a vibrant mix of uses along Palmetto Avenue, Sharp Park's energetic spine, to support economic vitality, placemaking, and additional housing. To do that, policies in the specific plan include more intense land uses, including a mixed-use designation along Palmetto and Francisco, increased height limits in some key locations, and a ground floor overlay that requires active ground floor uses and design standards to activate the public realm. Building on Palmetto improvements, the mobility chapter focuses on improving connectivity within Sharp Park and the remainder of Pacifica, in addition to improving the public realm. And a number of policies focus on improving east-west corridors, including Paloma and Clarendon, the 2 gateways at the northern and southern portion of the planning area, as well as San Jose, which connects to the pedestrian bridge into Eureka Square. To connect to Pacifica and the wider region, the plan emphasizes coordination with Samtrans and linkages with the bicycle pedestrian master plan improvements. And policies also support other mobility choices and less dependence on cars, as well as maintaining adequate balanced parking supply, both for longer and shorter term parking. These are some, what I just mentioned. Placemaking and creation of a harmonious urban fabric is also an important guiding principle. To do that, the Urban Design and Public Realm chapter includes policies and standards for streetscape design, lighting, wayfinding and gateways, public gathering places and green space, building design, and that includes height, massing and articulation, building orientation, entries and facades, and parking design. And preservation of coastal views is explicitly addressed. In addition to appropriate public services and utilities, the specific plan also addresses coastal resiliency, and guiding principles balance maximized benefits for coastal recreation coupled with protection of public and private investments. And policies in that plan, as Christian mentioned, are consistent with the local coastal land use plan update and also account for the infrastructure resiliency project that is going on simultaneously. The third document that I'll give an overview of is the Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, which evaluates the potential impacts of the proposed project. That includes the general plan and Sherwood Park specific plan, as required by the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. Environmental review is a process. That process began with publication of the notice of preparation, where agencies and members of the public were invited to provide comments on areas of potential environmental effect. As part of environmental review, the draft EIR analyzed potential impacts and regulations and policies that could serve to minimize those impacts. The public comment period for that ran from January 7th to March 8th, and the council then the city then published responses to public comments as part of the final EIR. The EIR is a programmatic document, meaning that it presents a citywide assessment of the potential impacts of the proposed plan. It does not assess project-specific impacts of potential future projects under the proposed plan, all of those are which are required to comply with CEQA as applicable. As I mentioned before, the EIR is used to assess impacts of the project on the environment. So to do that, it contains a description of the project as well as existing environmental conditions that could change or effects that could occur as a result of implementing the plan. As part of analysis, it describes what federal, state, or local regulations, in addition to plan policies that could serve to avoid or reduce significant environmental effects. The draft EIR analyzed all required topics under CEQA and found that a significant and unavoidable impact would occur as related to transportation. So the plan would have a significant and unavoidable impact related to vehicle miles traveled, as the plan would not reduce vehicle miles traveled beyond the designated thresholds of significance, even with the beneficial impacts of policies and mitigations. And this is because Pacifica's VMT is largely driven by the regional distribution of jobs, goods, and services, and its lack of availability of high-frequency transit. While the plan incorporates a number of policies that reduce VMT within the city's control, most larger-scale actions to reduce VMT are more effectively and appropriately implemented by a regional rather than a local agency. The final EIR is composed of 3 chapters and 2 appendices. Chapter 1, an introduction that orients the reader to its content. Chapter 2, 7 master responses that seek to respond to comments thematically to avoid repetition and provide a more holistic response. Chapter 3, which includes a matrix of individual written responses to over 1,200 individual comments within 188 comment letters. As well as a compilation of all marked up comment letters and a redlined draft environmental impact report. Some of the key issues raised and addressed in the master responses included clarifications about the difference between a program and project EIR, questions and clarifications about how build-out was calculated and how Pacifica's regional housing needs assessment would be addressed. And I'll just mention that build-out of the plan is calculated based on assumptions about new residential and non-residential development that could be built under the plan's land use designations and their respective densities and intensities. Those have been adjusted to match expected demand as assessed through regional projection. And then to assess areas of possible change, vacant and underutilized parcels were identified and capacity was projected based on economic and market conditions, historic growth trends, and improved development in the pipeline. A majority of the comment letters also focused on the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue sites. There are 2 master responses that address potential ESHA on one of the sites, and the other provides clarification on what can be developed on the larger site under the proposed project. That response also addresses mischaracterization of Coastal Act inconsistency and addresses perceived inadequacies and analysis of impacts related to biological resources, geological hazards, and coastal flooding on that site. The final master responses also address the adequacy of wildfire impact analysis. That analysis includes the latest adopted authoritative maps from CAL FIRE. And then the final response addresses the adequacy of emergency access analysis. So with that, I will turn it over to Christian.
Thank you so much, Allison. Next slide, please. So as was mentioned earlier in this presentation, there's been an extensive public input and comment process. Much of that has focused on the environmental impact report, or EIR, but I'm going to touch on some of the themes unrelated to the EIR that came up during the public comment process. There was a lot of overlap, not just with, we'll stay on this slide for a moment, thanks. There's a lot of input, not just for environmental impact concerns about the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site, but also questions and concerns about the land use designation proposed in the general plan for the site. And so the Planning Commission's recommendation carried forward what the City Council decided in the local coastal land use plan update in February of 2020. And so that is reflected in the document that's before you today. The Manor Drive Overpass project, it's a capital improvement project that the city's been considering for a number of years. It would include a widening and improvement of the Manor Drive overcrossing, as well as potentially a new Highway 1 on-ramp at Milagro Drive. The general plan doesn't say the project will be approved. It simply describes the project in its full form as is currently being considered by the city. And so ultimately, subject to further analysis, the council will make a decision about whether to include that component of the project or not. The next theme that came up was prioritizing development and redevelopment in existing shopping centers. And so as Allison mentioned, there are a number of policies and land use designation changes that would support revitalization and redevelopment with mixed use within our existing shopping centers. Another theme came up surrounding a policy in the general plan that would have the city revisit the citywide height standard. So currently there's a 35-foot citywide standard for all types of zoning and land use designations. Our opinion in the plan is that that should be revisited. And in some focus locations, higher heights be allowed. For instance, in the most intensive residential and mixed use designations, for instance. And the flip side of that is perhaps in other locations, lower height limits should be appropriate, where smaller scale, perhaps residential character is desired. And so I think there was a concern that it suggested in all instances, higher height limits of 45 or 55 feet would be supported, but really it's more about tailoring height limits to the appropriate land use designations and neighborhood character. And then the last theme that's come up unrelated to the EIR in terms of public comments is support for affordable housing. And so we've put together a few slides on that, which I'll talk through now. So the general plan does provide an important amount of new support that's not currently in the 1980 general plan for the development of affordable housing. Generally, the 3 areas of support include increasing the total number of housing sites and the housing density that would be allowed, support for below market rate related policies, and then California Environmental Quality Act or SEQR review support. Next slide. With respect to housing sites and density, the current general plan from 1980 has a maximum density in the high density residential designation of 21 units per acre and roughly 22 units per acre in the mixed use commercial areas. Those densities are not high enough to be likely to encourage affordable housing development. And so this plan in some land use designations like the mixed use commercial and high density residential designations for sites with a half acre or more of land area would be allowed to develop up to 50 units per acre. And that's more than twice as dense as would be allowed in the current general plan, but that's a critical land use tool that the city needs to have in place to support potential affordable housing development. And in particular, projects that would have up to 100% of the units being affordable. And those are important for a variety of reasons, not just on the land use and sort of construction cost side, but also on the financing side for those types of projects through tax credit financing and so forth. And most of the affordable housing that's being developed in San Mateo County is in that 40 to more than 50 unit per acre range. And then the other is supportive policies for redeveloping existing shopping centers, as was already mentioned. A number of affordable housing projects in San Mateo County are being undertaken on those types of sites. Next slide. The density increase from 22 to 50 units per acre that I mentioned. So that's embodied in this guiding policy in the land use element, which indicates to locate higher density housing outside of coastal vulnerability zones and in accessible places close to community shopping areas and transportation. And so that sort of inherently supports the shopping center redevelopment concept with mixed use in that those housing units would be proximate to shopping opportunities. And then that density and commercial activity makes the ability to service it with improved transportation options an even better opportunity. And then similarly, land use guiding policy number 2, concentrated development, focusing development and redevelopment around areas where existing public services are already there to help minimize impacts on coastal resources and other resources. Next slide. And then with respect to below market rate related policies, it's a matter of existing state law. There's something called the density bonus law, which allows projects with certain minimum percentages of affordable housing units to receive bonuses of density and other concessions and relief from the city's development standards. But those are all based off of the density that exists in the general plan. And so even if you get a 50% density bonus, if it's based on 15 or 20 units for a site, you're not achieving those densities that are needed to support affordable housing. And so when we get into the 30, 40, 50 unit per acre base densities that this general plan update would include, the density bonuses become all the more valuable and able to encourage below market rate housing. And so we've made some of those land use recommendations in this plan with maximizing the density bonus opportunities for affordable housing in mind. Next slide. And then lastly, sort of the third pillar of affordable housing support in the general plan is related to the environmental review. The city's current general plan was based on environmental review conducted in the late 1970s. As one can imagine, that's not something that affordable housing developers can rely on. And so for each project, they will have to undertake their own environmental review. And as we know, just as a matter of practice, environmental review is time consuming, costly, and subject to litigation risks. And so with respect to this general plan update, the certified EIR will provide a new basis from which projects can conduct environmental review. Those projects that are entirely consistent may not have to undergo further environmental review, which is a huge cost and time savings for these projects. For projects that aren't fully consistent, they then only have to do focused environmental review of those aspects of their project that were not evaluated in the general plan EIR. And so there are a number of ways that an updated certified environmental impact report, as would be in place with adoption of this general plan, can facilitate and support affordable housing development. Next slide. And so I just want to touch briefly on the Planning Commission review process. And so the Planning Commission undertook public hearings on June 6th and June 11th. And we are pleased to have today joining us Vice Chair Hauser from the Planning Commission as the liaison. And she's here to answer questions and provide context about the Planning Commission's recommendations. The Planning Commission recommended City Council approval with amendments to the May 2022 draft general plan. The Planning Commission's edits in near totality are encompassed in attachment C to your packet, starting on packet page 332. The Planning Commission is still ongoing with its review of the Sharp Park specific plan. They've conducted a public hearing already, and they are going to continue their work at a public hearing on July 11th. And then there are some additional recommendations. Following publication of this packet, we continued our dialogue with the Planning Commission liaison to seek verification of any points we may have missed. And there are a small number of additional recommendations that the Planning Commission would like to ensure are included consistent with their deliberations at their prior public hearings. Next slide. So there were two overall high-level recommendations that came from the Planning Commission that aren't directly reflected in the document. The first is to consider how to package the general plan in some type of document management system. And this is a way of facilitating more efficient updates in the future. For instance, there's a way perhaps to link some of the data and tables to their original sources, such that they may automatically update periodically when those data sources are updated. So while that's perhaps not something to build into the final adopted general plan, we're considering ways to perhaps have a data compendium or a companion document that will allow us to see, how those data sources are changing over time. And so that is something ongoing beyond adoption of the general plan that the staff will be working with the Planning Commission to try to implement. And then the second component is related to a feedback process. I think there was some concern that the city didn't want to end up in a position like it's in today, where it has a general plan that was last comprehensively updated more than 40 years ago. And so ensuring that there's a feedback process to more frequently review the general plan and determine if updates are needed. And so where the commission ended up in that recommendation is to use the annual progress report framework, which is already in place, where staff comes to the city council once per year and we present on implementation of the general plan, and really trying to leverage that as an opportunity for staff to communicate what it thinks is working well or not working well with the general plan and implementation, and also providing that as a public input opportunity to do the same. And so the commission recommended, and staff is fully in support of shifting that process slightly. Typically, it's been happening in March at the city council, but we would shift that to February so that the council can receive that staff and public input and can then consider it as part of the goal setting process in March, such that if any amendments to the general plan are identified as being appropriate, the council can prioritize those and funding can be provided for that effort as part of the city's budget process. Next slide. Now I'm going to go through the small number of amendments that the Planning Commission liaison identified did not make it in between the Planning Commission recommendation public hearing and publication of this packet. And we can revisit these, certainly. We just want to introduce them for the council and the public record, and then can come back to them at the appropriate time in the public hearing. First off, all figures throughout the plan, there was public input and support from the commission to really highlight and reinforce the historic nature of the Sharp Park Golf Course and Clubhouse. And so ensuring all of our figures that label the Sharp Park Golf Course reflect those historic components. The next is with respect to Community Design Policy I-20, relating to underground utilities. That policy is currently nested under a heading in the coastal zone. And so we just want to clarify that it applies citywide, not simply in the coastal zone. With respect to Circulation Implementation Policy 19, level of service standards at key intersections, the commission wanted a rephrasing of that. Currently, it basically says, accept this LOS-F, which is the lowest level of service, until funding and projects can be implemented to improve it. The commission supported reworking that to be more aspirational and encouraging the improvements. So improve the level of service at the intersections of Lindemar Boulevard and SR1 and Hickey Boulevard and SR35 once traffic improvements can be feasibly designed, funded, and constructed. Next slide. The next recommendation was with respect to figure 5-4, clarifying between trails as being unpaved and class 1 facilities as being paved. Currently, that distinction is not clear on that figure. Similarly, adjusting the Sharp Park berm to trail, it's currently shown as a class 1 and it's an unpaved trail. Adding the restroom and changing room to the Maury Point trailhead, one of the commission's recommendations that was incorporated was to more clearly indicate where public restrooms are available for purposes of trail users and people planning out bicycle routes, for example. And so the commission felt like that facility at Maury Point should also be included in that list. On figure 8-7, fire hazards and public safety services, that's the very high fire hazard severity zone map, which, as mentioned, we've confirmed is the correct adopted map. But those maps are updated periodically, and the commission wanted to ensure that it was clear on that with a note on that figure that those maps should be periodically updated once new maps become available. And so we would add a note to that effect. Next slide. And then in chapter 10, implementation, there was just a clarifying edit to remove the specification of elementary schools to make it schools generally with respect to subdivision regulations allowing the requirement for dedication of land. In table 10-1, consistency between the general plan and zoning, there's a need to revise the land use designations to match the acronyms. There's just a minor inconsistency. Some of the phrasing of those is reversed. And so this would ensure consistency between the land use element of the document and the implementation and zoning update component. Next slide. And this slide shows two glossary definition changes. One is environmentally sensitive habitat areas, just simply clarifying that those may also be present outside of the coastal zone. ESHA is a term that has most particular meaning in the coastal zone, but there are policies in the general plan for protection of ESHA, and the commission wanted that to be clear that those would apply throughout the city, not simply in the coastal zone. And then with respect to infill development, the definition of that, ensuring that it's not simply residential as the definition currently reads, but rather development of all types as drafted here. Next slide. And then there's one additional proposed change. Next slide. After further review from the Fire Authority, they did note one inaccuracy in the plan in Chapter 8 safety element. It's a minor revision to adjust the mention of 10 stations to 9 stations for the Fire Authority, related to the 2 that are located in Pacifica. Next slide. Next, please. And so as we get to the end of the staff's presentation, we wanted to highlight what our recommendations are. So for today, we recommend that the council receive public comment, then consider the Planning Commission recommendations in the red line document as presented in the agenda packet, consider the additional staff recommendations and commission recommendations presented today, and then consider the Planning Commission recommendations in the staff report on packet pages 8 through 11. So seeking confirmation of those. Next slide. Then shifting to council member questions and deliberations on the information presented today and in the documents. And then when the time is appropriate, adjourning to the July 11th City Council meeting, considering the appeal of the Planning Commission recommendation on July 11th, and then depending on the outcome of the appeal, potentially considering adoption of the general plan and EIR certification. Next slide. And at this point, we'll conclude the staff presentation. We are happy to answer any questions, but we're also happy to go along with whatever structure of the meeting that the mayor prefers. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. And Samantha, thank you for being here today. We're happy to have you. Thank you for all the work you've done so far. Does anybody have any short clarifying questions for staff before we go to public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to open up public comment, and just remember that this is public comment on the general plan, and you'll have 3 minutes. So we are ready to hear from you. Please raise your hands and you'll be called on. And I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you.
Thank you, Mayor Beer. We have Jennifer Elazaris, one of our planning department staff members, here to help us today with the public comment process. She'll need just a minute to get set up with the timer and screen share and such, and then she'll begin to call the public commenters.
Okay, thank you.
And so Jennifer, please proceed with calling the public commenters whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and share this screen. Okay, our first speaker will be Samuel Casillas. Sorry.
Before we go, can you please try sharing the timer, sharing your screen for the timer once more?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to click on the people. Let me try again. I'm sorry, Christian, I'm not able to see the option of like allowing somebody to talk.
Okay, great. Well, I'll get us started and then we'll try to adjust that in the background. So Sam Casillas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Christian.
Christian, can we have a point of clarification really quickly first, though? So for public comments, you're saying that's for the GP right now, but since this is a public meeting, do we get to have public comments first that are not for the GP, or so having both types of comments, or is it just the one comments for the GP today? Is this a special meeting or something like that?
Yeah, hi, Sam. It's a special meeting. That's correct. So your comments today are limited to only those items on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Thank you, Sam.
Let me know when I can start.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, City Council members. In recent years, the City Council has demonstrated such a level of arrogance and disdain for its own citizens that it is rising to a level of intentional negligence with taxpayer dollars. Projects throughout the city have demonstrated this willful negligence. On the 1567 Beach Boulevard project, concerned citizens had to appeal to the Coast Commission to get a project that ignored the common sense sea level rise hazards and a dismal reliance on a seawall that will not withstand the ongoing climate.
I think Sam has been muted, so if you could stop the timer and allow him to come back or even begin again.
Yeah, can you start the timer again?
Yeah, totally.
All right.
All right, go ahead, Sam.
In recent years, the City Council has demonstrated such a level of arrogance and disdain for its own citizens that it is rising to a level of intentional negligence with taxpayer dollars. Projects throughout the city have demonstrated this willful negligence. On the 1567 Beach Boulevard project, concerned citizens had to appeal to the Coast Commission to get the project that ignore the common sense sea level rise hazard and dismal reliance on a seawall that will not withstand the ongoing climate crisis, regardless of the city's quest to hold the Sharp Park pumping station hostage for a new seawall that will be assuredly denied by the Coast Commission. Risibly, the new seawall application will be based on the 1980 general plan, and the city manager will waste $10 million of taxpayer dollars just on the application process to set up a denial by the Coast Commission. The Coast Commission also denied the 505 San Pedro project after the city appallingly approved the project, taking the developer's word that there were no protected species in Isha and the adjoining waterway. Of course, both the Coast Commission biologists and State Fish and Wildlife were unsurprisingly to find both Isha wetlands and this red-legged frog habitat that any casual observer could have seen just by walking by, but that the citizens of Pedro Point have been giving the city since 2009. The most risible aspect of the defense of the city's approval wasn't the sensitive habitat, but the go-to strategy of economic viability and adverse taking scam the city has been pulling on citizens ever since Samcar took over the city council. Absurdly, the city continues to ignore the Isha and species habitat in this area. And third, just yesterday, a civil court found that the Vistamar project unsurprisingly did indeed require an EIR, and that you can't make landslide hazards, environmental sensitive areas just magically disappear with a negative declaration. The citizens who appealed to get their legal fees will be reimbursed, but it is a hollow victory. I do not celebrate these victories for truth and justice for the citizens of Pacifica, because I ask, who bears the consequences of these poor city decisions? What is happening now is the realtor and developer controlled city council has determined to they get to play with taxpayer dollars as their house money to fight their inexcusable developments, while we, the citizens of Pacifica, have to use our own hard-earned dollars to fight against our own tax dollars. Samcar and the real estate industries know it is much more physically prudent to buy 3 seats with $25,000 per city council member than it is to hire lawyers and real biologists to approve these abysmal developments that will all have high likelihood of denial. All future planning of Pacifica is following the same Samcar strategy to use our tax dollars and city department resources for ill-advised development projects, regardless of the future nuisance burdens the citizens of Pacifica will bear after developers in Samcar have long left with their profits. To level the playing field, the citizens of Pacifica should consider a tax on realtor transaction fees to pay for any development actions that is denied by the Coast Commission.
Thank you, Sam. Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, who is up next? And if you could name them, say who's up and then who comes after that so they can be prepared, please.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Beer. Our Next speaker is Rainey Tan, and after Rainey will be Joanne Gold.
Hello, this is Rainey Tan from Pacific Manor Architect. I just wanted to urge the City Council to not approve the general plan, Sharp Park specific plan, and the EIR update because they are still inadequate and do not meet the regional housing needs assessment by the HCD. This is a really serious issue. I happened to have a discussion with Annie Fryman, who's the former housing director for Senator Scott Wiener, as well as Sarah Jones, who's formerly of the San Francisco Planning Department and Associate Director at Marin County Planning. And both of them said that HCD will actually enforce the RENA numbers starting in 2023. And that action will entail the state withholding all money for housing grants, transportation grants, it's Caltrans monies, as well as general fund grants to the city. So the city will have a potential of losing millions of dollars in state grant funding if the general plan does not meet the RENA. And the issue is the city's proposing to put off the housing element, but we only have about less than 6 months to get that done. And the current general plan and EIR updates in the land use portion does not include those additional 902 units, of the 1892 units there in the RENA. Additionally, I've commented on the there's hillside element violations where housing is allocated on the hillsides, and this should not happen, and there should be transfer development rights to move that housing down, into the shopping centers and other flatland sites close to the transportation. So this also should be updated, and there's numerous violations of the Coastal Commission standards, as well as the hillside preservation standards that need to be addressed. And as previous speakers mentioned before, there's landslide, there's fire hazard, and coastal erosion issues that have not been addressed. There would be issues with the Coastal Commission as well. So I urge the city to not approve this and get down to work on fixing it properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy.
Okay, our next speaker is Joanne Gold, and after will be Christine Bowles. Go ahead, Joanne. Oh, sorry. It's asking for her to mute. Okay, there we go.
All right, can you hear me now?
Hi, Joanne.
Okay, hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm Joanne Gold. I'm a resident of Pedro Point, and I have lived in this community for over 22 years. There's no question that the city of Pacifica needs a new general plan. But the GPU and FEIR that are put in front of you today contain errors and omissions that will have significant negative consequences if not addressed, and will leave the city vulnerable to future challenges and or lawsuits, which is something that no one wants and the city certainly can't afford. The area of my greatest concern, and the one that prompted more than 2/3 of all of the public comments on the DEIR, is the proposed land use designation change from commercial recreational to commercial residential mixed use for the 5-acre undeveloped San Pedro Avenue field I want to say that I, along with my neighbors, joined with environmental and CEQA experts who for more than 10 years have documented and submitted comments on the DEIR, citing issues with this proposed land use change, noting negative impacts, deficiencies, and ways in which it would be out of compliance with CEQA and Coastal Act policies, as well as reasonably foreseeable adverse impacts. Please don't dismiss the expert opinions and the common sense comments from concerned citizens who are imploring you not to move forward with this ill-advised, potentially dangerous land use change that sets the city up for legal liability and puts citizens in harm's way should the development proceed on San Pedro Avenue. I also want to note that the Pedro Point Community Association members have not merely objected to this land use, but we've also worked tirelessly to present solutions and alternatives. We've worked with the property owners to propose potential commercial recreational uses that would be consistent with the existing land use designation, and we shared ideas with members of the City Council that would support the GPU goals of making Pacifica a destination for tourism, only to be bullied and mocked for our efforts. We've even gone so far as to ask the property owner what price he would want if we were to purchase the parcel, but we were given no response to our inquiries, and an offer made by Sam Casillas to the landowner went completely unanswered. So I just want to say we've waited this long to update the general plan. Please don't sacrifice quality and the careful consideration needed to give us a plan for the future that Pacifica can be proud of. I implore you to take steps to address the noted deficiencies, errors, and omissions to the DEIR before adopting these important documents for our city. It's not only the responsible thing to do, but it will avoid drawn-out legal challenges and litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Christine is next.
Good morning, council and staff. This is Christine Bowles, and I'm an architect in the Manor District. If you've read the public comments on these documents, you'll see my name a lot. I've invested a considerable amount of time reviewing the EIR and general plan, researching issues, speaking with state agencies such as Fish and Wildlife, CAL FIRE, the Department of Conservation, and the Coastal Commission. I know our planning staff is overworked, and my intention and hope was that my work could be helpful in improving these documents so that after 43 years, we could finally have a good set of documents to help guide our development and growth decisions while properly acknowledging our special environment and our hazards. There's a lot of good in these documents, but these still have key errors and omissions and inconsistencies that leave residents vulnerable to hazards such as landslide, fire, as well as evacuation and traffic issues that have not been properly analyzed or mitigated with clear policies. Per CEQA Guideline 15-125, CEQA requires that an EIR present an accurate and complete description of the environmental setting in the vicinity of the project as it existed before commencement of the project. The environmental setting must be sufficiently comprehensive to allow the impacts to be considered in the full environmental context. I filed an appeal in order to have the opportunity to present a slideshow to you and to the public to clearly and graphically explain these issues and deficiencies that seem to have not been responded to in my previous letters. For example, the new landslide maps were added to today's agenda that were not circulated to state agencies and were not reviewed by the Planning Commission. I reviewed those this week, and they still contain major omissions of data, including data clearly in city records from 1982, 1988, 2015 and 16, and even a recent landslide in 2017 on Highway 1 on Rain and Del Mar that blocked traffic and severely impacted evacuation routes. These are still missing, and there's no mitigation measures at all for debris flow landslides. So we've completely lost the information collected in 1983. I'm tired, and I understand you are as well, but that is not an excuse for rushing this process and approving these deficient documents. We need to carefully review and modify to ensure public safety as a basic baseline before we can consider development projects, especially in these hazardous areas. You are elected to represent the public, and I hope that you do in your decisions today by not approving these documents. And I look forward to our presentation later next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Are there any other hands?
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dinah Verby, and then following Peter Loeb. And
Dinah Verby's first?
yes,
Okay.
Dinah, please go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. I just want to say, first of all, I do want to express my appreciation to all of you, all of the public servants and city workers. Everybody's been working a lot on this, and there are some very good things in these documents. I'm confused, though, about a particular aspect of this whole thing, which is how the coastal zone is being handled, because it appears to me that we are now going to have two different general plans, one that will be operative east of the highway, and one that will be operative, which would be the old 1980 version, west of the highway in the coastal zone. And the reason for that is that the city has not yet adopted a certified local coastal land use plan. And in your packet, I think it's in attachment K, is a letter to that effect from the Coastal Commission saying you've got the cart before the horse. You really need to certify the coastal plan first, because you cannot have the new general plan operative there until that's done. So in the future, it's going to be very confusing. Policies that you think you're adopting now in the coastal zone will not be operative, because you're going to have to go and rely on the old general plan. I have not heard a cogent explanation for this, and I really hope to hear one. Beyond that, I also want to say, I hope that you will take public comments not as criticisms. It sounds critical, but it's important dialogue, and the intent, certainly on my part, is not to bash anybody or disparage anybody or their hard work. But the whole point of this process is to receive meaningful public input and comment so that these problems can be fixed. And so please don't just dismiss us as being complaining NIMBYs, but really take to heart what people are saying, because you know what? You've got a very active, informed, and involved citizenry. They know what they're talking about, and I hope you will listen with open hearts and open minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinah. Is it Peter Loeb that's next? Jennifer?
Oh, sorry, he
Okay.
disappeared. Peter, if he could raise his hand again. We also have Sherry Chan. Do we wait for Peter? Oh, here we go. I will allow him to talk now.
Okay, Peter, you're up next.
Hello, this is Peter Loeb.
Good morning.
I just lost my internet connection just as, oh God. Sometimes this technology impossible. I wanted to try to summarize a lengthy letter from Brian Gaffney, who's an attorney for the Pedro Point Community Association. It's a 9-page letter, which I won't be able to summarize in the 2.5 minutes I have left. I just wanted, for the record, to recognize that this letter has been submitted. He raises several issues about wildfire information, that the wildfire impacts in the EIR, the analysis is inadequate. he also talks about evacuation route analysis is flawed and significant new information has been released. He says that the city failed to adequately respond to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and goes on to explain that. The city's statement of overriding considerations violates CEQA according to Brian's analysis, and that the CEQA findings are inadequate. It's not supported by such substantial evidence in the record. The mitigation, monitoring, and reporting plan is inadequate, and he explains that. And he concludes that recirculation of the EIR is required for further comment as significant new information has been added. He also says that evidence before the city demonstrates that additional development is reasonably foreseeable but has not been considered by the EIR, including the 1,892 additional housing units per the regional housing needs allocation. That additional building is reasonably foreseeable, and that the city's master response 3 dismissed this reasonably foreseeable development as maximums and theoretical, and thus refused to correct the fundamental CEQA flaws raised by the PPCA. I see that my time is up. I just wanted to orally acknowledge that this letter, detailed letter, has been submitted for the record, and I wanted to summarize it briefly. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate that, Peter. Thank you. Do we have another hand up?
Yes, we have Sherry Chan.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Hi there. Good morning, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for giving up this beautiful day once again to help shape the future of our city. My name is Cherie Chan. I live on San Pedro Avenue, and I am secretary of the Pedro Point Community Association. I authorize and help pay for the comments of Brian Gaffney, our community's hired attorney, which he submitted to you last night. I would like to reiterate that we have also hired biologists, planners, and geologists. And I'm also following up on Peter Loeb's comments to ensure that you're aware that we have filed these comments which speak to the 10 fatal flaws of the EIR and GPU. As my neighbor Sam mentioned today, the San Mateo County Superior Court just yesterday found, and they said this on 6 different occasions, that the city has prejudiciously abused its discretion when it failed to consider the expert opinions provided by its plaintiff. Again, as Joanne Gold has mentioned, we have worked tirelessly time after time with the Planning Commission, with the landowner, with every relevant state agency to document the existing conditions in the Pedro Point field. And they just have been ignored and casually disregarded as those people want a pumpkin patch, which is just not true. Thank you, Commissioner Hauser, for giving up your time. I'm sorry that you can hear my kids going crazy in the background right now. Council members O'Neill, Beckmeyer, and Beer, thank you so much for being educators in our beloved community. Unfortunately, even though our planning staff has worked hard, this report is doomed to be given a failing mark in the county superior courts. Just as it was given a failing mark yesterday, it's already been given a failing mark by the Coastal Commission, as Dinah Verby has already told you, and it is just doomed to fail again. Why are you giving realtors and developers false hope that they will have some predictability and will be able to move forward and helping us all achieve a livable general plan that allows for affordable housing when we know there are so many deficiencies in this plan? I work in state regulatory agencies. You can't have a dynamic, official document that changes at will. It just doesn't work that way. We do need to adopt the latest information that's available, and we can't just wait And as somebody mentioned to me when we ran into each other casually, we can't just wait for the lawsuits. Let's just do it right. Let's get a passing grade the first time. So thank you again for your service, and thank you for giving up your weekend once again in service of the country, of our city that we all love. Happy birthday, Sam.
Are there any other hands, Jennifer?
There is one hand raised by Rainey Tan again. I'm not sure if maybe there's another speaker. We can check.
Remy, is there someone else at your house who wants to speak?
No.
Okay.
No items. That's probably a technical glitch.
Oh, good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for taking my comments. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, we have additional hands raised. First will be Cliff Lawrence, and following will be Carolyn Harmio. So Cliff, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Clifford Lawrence, Fairmont West area. I've come before you before with my comments. I'll be brief today. There's much in these documents that has improved where we were. But the fact remains that for a document that's supposed to advance us 40 years and give us some time into the future, these documents do not make the grade. It appears that it feels like that by the pace and the volume that's been thrust on the public for us to respond to, it has been exhausting, and it's been, frankly, quite discouraging. You have all this comment in addition to the box load of documents that's included in your packet for this. So I would ask that you take the proper time. You do not advance these documents at this time. You take the time to go through them, take the time to listen to your public, try to restore public faith in the process, because I think it's been damaged by this race to whatever hell we're bringing upon ourselves here. This is very disappointing. I feel that we've not followed process. We probably haven't dealt with the public notice adequately. Certainly your housing plan is self-defeating. You're never going to get your arena numbers by only being 15% of a project when you need to make it 45. And so with that, I cede the rest of my time, and I beg that you'll give us some cause for hope and do the right thing.
Thank you. Carolyn is next.
Carolyn, you can go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking your time to listen to all our comments this morning. I, again, will just continue with my signature theme song, that I'm afraid that all of these plans are not really centered on the real need here in Pacifica, which is low and very low housing for people, very low income housing. And I also am worried about how we will prevent displacement. I know that it's marked in the plan that these problems will be monitored, but I'm not sure exactly what that means. How will the city know when people are being displaced? Right now, we don't have a renters registry. We don't have any information on how many people are being evicted, how many people are forced out because of high rents. I think we need to really put the whole idea of people in need at the center of all of these plans. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Carolyn. Are there any other hands, Jennifer?
Yes,
Great.
Our next speaker we have is Robin and Ron. So I'm not sure if there's two people separately, and if they can identify themselves, that would be great. And then up next, there's Richard and Robin and Ron. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Robin Reneals in West Shore Park, 46-year resident out here, property owner. First thing I'd like to do is thank council and the consultants that you hired for all of this work that started many years ago. The documents before you represent those of us who participated in many, many meetings that turned also into Zoom meetings and many, many hours of public's participation. So I would like to say that this document that was properly put together by the consultant who did an incredible job is a very accurate reflection of the desires and the vision of what people of Pacifica would like the city to be. With that said, I would like to support the vetting of your planning commissioners in the status of the way these documents are being brought to you today. You have an incredible talent in the Planning Commission. I've been sitting through hours and listening to them. Their questions, their inquiries, and their thought process they're amazing. They're amazing professional people, and the entire city is really benefiting from what they contribute and what they've brought to this process, especially the Planning Commissioner that's participating in the meeting today. So I just wanted to let you know that I believe in what they've done and what they've brought to you and what they're advocating for you to approve. And I also trust that staff is directing you properly also, and that everyone really has the best interest and the desires of the people of Pacifica in what we want in the future. Again, these documents and these questions are brought to you, desires of the residents of Pacifica, not the staff of the California Coastal Commission. The other thing I want to say is that there was a comment made earlier, right off in the very beginning, that you are a council controlled by Sam Carr. I found that offensive. On behalf of the city council members, I completely reject the comments of that individual just by simply opening up and accusing you of being Sam Carr. I know you're not Sam Carr. I've spoken to all of you on different issues over the years, and you really do have the interest of the citizens of Pacifica before you. So again, thank you for all of your work, the consultants, staff, and council, and the planning commissioners. The planning commissioners are really stars in all of this. They really have everyone's best interest at heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Our next speaker is Richard, and following is a phone number ending in 1606. If you can all please identify yourselves, that'd be great.
So Richard's first. Thank you, Jennifer.
This is Richard Harris. I am a resident of San Francisco. I'm president of the San Francisco Public Golf Alliance, which includes several hundred Pacifica residents, and our focus has been on the golf course. And today, specifically, the issue of the historic recognition in the general plan and the EIR of both the golf course and the clubhouse. I have sent you a June 22nd 3-page letter with 3 exhibits, one of which is a transcript of the Planning Commission's meeting on this from June 11. There has been, for many years, there has been a bug somewhere in in the system where the recognition of the golf course as historic landmark property has not been done properly. I've set out the corrections that need to be made. These are corrections that since 2015, in the last time the city got close to finalizing an EIR, the Planning Commission and its consultant said would be made. They have still not been made. They have still not reflected the commission's, the attempt by the Planning Commission on the 11th to correct what is now only 2 small errors. I've shown you what those errors are, which is that the map of the historic resources in the EIR be corrected to make it consistent with the text of the EIR. And then finally, that the text of the general plan be corrected to make it consistent with the table and with the map in the general plan that are correct. This is very confusing. I set it out in detail in the June 22nd letter, ask you to review it. If need be, I would happily sit down with the planning department and see if we can get these last 2 bugs out of this document. I thank you for your attention and your effort.
Thank you so much. Next up, I have a phone call. I mean, a phone number.
Yes, ending in 1606. May you please identify yourself?
Thank you. Hi, this is Sue Degree. There's a lot of work done by many people, and hard work is always to be commended. I find it overwhelming and rather difficult to keep tabs of everything. So the 1960 general plan well served our city, and obviously updates need to be done. The general plan is supposed to be the visioning of the community and how we feel about ourselves and our character, which I believe 1960 did very well. It's not clear to me right now, for example, our dedication to our ridges. I haven't heard today in the preliminary part of anything about the ridges themselves. Also, the stakeholders mentioned, so some things that are confusing, that makes things difficult. Stakeholders, are the citizens really the top stakeholders? Is that clear? And what was the other thing I wanted to mention? The administrative charts, for example, for municipal governing, the citizens are at the top. So if statements like, well, there's new people in the community, so things are different. Well, new people in the community, if we were 38,000 then, and we're 40,000 now, that means that still, you know, the visioning couldn't be too different, one would think. But anyway, that's not clear. So the other parts that make it difficult is that the coastal commission type document is not certified at this point. And what makes it even more painful is the comments made that at any time, whether it's about the coastal permit or the coastal commission, are derogatory and negative. Let's take away the word derogatory. Let's say negative. We have to remember that the public vote is extremely important. The Coastal Act is the Coastal Act by the entire state of California. It's really disconcerting when anybody, but particularly council members, make any kind of a comment disparaging the Coastal Committee. We have to work together because that's a public vote. So it's extremely important that we all protect our public vote, because if we start dissing the public vote on anything, we're all in trouble, regardless of our opinions. So I'm really concerned about more division within our community. We don't need to be divided we need to be respectful and understanding that, okay, we may disagree and we may have different viewpoints, but we're going to need to work those out so that when at the end of all of this, we're going to be able to still feel like we're a community visioning together. And please don't rush. And I did hear that city council may be wanting to rush because of a fear of lawsuits. I've heard that fear of lawsuits so many times, even when I was on council. We have to be able to be strong enough as voters to just stand up.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Our last hand raise. Thank you. Our last hand raise is from Vicky. Go ahead, Vicky.
Good morning. It's going to be brief, but whether it's the general plan or the Sharp Park plan, please look at the decisions you're making in terms of risk. We've got plenty of liability and lawsuits going on already. We're going down this road of committing infrastructure we can't afford. A recent project was bid at 400% over the engineer's estimate. So that really brings into question the estimates you already have for the seawall and a number of other things. The developers that are going to take on projects in these areas will expect the improvements to protect their property and their investment. And if we can't afford it and their property falls into the water, I'm pretty sure the Pacifica residents will be paying for these decisions. And, they're going to expect the areas to be safe. So please, I think we really need to take a look at the risk that we are taking here financially, the liability, the lawsuits that we're continuing to take on, because nobody seems to appreciate the risk that we take when we take on these projects. I can't continue to fund the decisions that are made and the way they're being made. I don't think anybody in Pacifica can say that decisions are made responsibly. And that's kind of where I want to leave it at. And there's plenty of comments that I've already put in writing, but I really do want to put enough with the lawsuits, enough of getting us sued, enough of making it so impossible to live here because of the expenses that you are incurring without our permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Are there any other hands, Jennifer?
We have one more hand from a Kathleen. If you can please identify yourself. Go ahead, Kathleen. Kathleen, if you can unmute, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay. Am I on now?
You are.
Okay. Yeah, this is Kathy Moresco. And after listening to this program this morning, I wanted to chime in and thank the City Council for your hard work and dedication to our community. I want to voice my support for your efforts and encouragement to move this plan forward. I'd also like to criticize some of the speakers, which might be inappropriate. But I think some of the insults that were lobbed at the City Council saying that you're bought and paid for by Samcar are extremely inappropriate and inaccurate. And the threats of lawsuits from our community toward our City Council and our community, I think, are just inappropriate and shameful. So I want to thank you for your work, and I hope that this program moves forward quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay. Just give it one more minute to see if anyone else would like to raise their hands. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to council.
And Mayor Beer, good morning, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. If it's the council's desire, staff has tracked some of the comments that were made, and we could initially provide information and respond to those comments we can dig in to them and provide more information as the council deliberates as well. So it's up to you and the city council on how you want to proceed at this point.
I personally think that's a really good idea because you're probably going to hit on all the things that we would like, that we've been writing down too. There are a couple hands up first, so we'll do that real quick, and then we can. Do we have nods for yes? We want to do that. Yeah. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd love to hear the staff responses first and foremost. But before that, I was thinking it might be an appropriate time for a bio break.
You got it. We'll come back at 10:45.
And perhaps we can hear what Councilmember Beckmeyer has to say before we take that break.
No need to do that. I just wanted to personally respond to say yes, while it's fresh in our minds. I would very much appreciate hearing from staff on the comments that were made this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to start off?
Yeah, sure. And I'll quickly turn it over to Acting Planning Director Murdoch. Numerous of the comments that were made have been received prior and responded to in EIR responses to comments or other general plan response to comments. And I think we can start to go through the list that staff has maintained. And then certainly any other questions from council, please chime in.
Thank you, City Manager Woodhouse. Again, good morning, honorable City Council members. So there were a number of really helpful comments. We've heard many of them before, as City Manager Woodhouse mentioned. We've prepared written responses to a number of them and others that we haven't responded to perhaps directly. I just want to hit at a high level what the staff's perspectives are on those public comments. And so the first relates to the statement that the city should not or cannot adopt the general plan without planning for its full regional housing needs allocation or RHNA. That's nearly 2,000 units, as many of us know, and the general plan projected build out is just under 1,000 units. We've addressed that in a master response in the EIR. And generally, the response to that is that the city recognizes it needs to undertake the housing element update. It fully intends to do that. But beyond that, we need the tools that are in this general plan update to really help make a constructive housing element update process. Updated hazard maps, updated land use designations, including those I mentioned in my earlier presentation, higher densities and so forth, that provide the tools to allow us to have a constructive, informative housing element update process. And so it's our full intention to initiate that process once the general plan has been adopted. There was also a statement made about transfer of development rights, and the general plan actually does.
Can I ask you a question about the RHNA stuff real quick? Is that okay to do it like this?
Oh, absolutely. Whatever works for you. Maybe.
Okay. So once the housing element is updated, then you'll have to go back and update the information that's in the general plan based on that. Is that correct?
Potentially, right. So what this city hasn't done for a long time is actually have to undertake what's called a program of rezoning as part of its housing element update. With the significant RHNA allocation the city received this go around as part of the 6th cycle housing element update, we are not able to accommodate that either in the 1980 general plan or in this draft general plan. And so in addition to going through the community engagement, all of the policy analysis of constraints to housing and city policies and so on that are more of sort of a programmatic analytical process, we also will need to identify new housing sites and apply new land use designations. And so in addition to a housing element update amendment, that would very likely include a land use element update as well to implement where those additional housing sites will be.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I just wanted to clarify something on that point. It's actually 2 points, and I'll probably bring this up again later because it seems to have woven through a number of concerns that have been raised. In terms of social justice and housing and the location of housing, particularly affordable housing, the process that you just outlined, Director Murdoch, will that be taking all that into consideration when we're looking at where to site and where potentially a location for very low income or 100% affordable housing would be? Is that part of the analysis that you were just referring to?
Yes, Councilmember Beckmeyer, in at least a couple of ways. The first way is regionally. And so, we're very focused on Pacifica's housing allocation, right? But that allocation was given in the regional context for the Association of Bay Area Governments, basically the Bay Area overall. And so each county received an allocation, and then there were further allocations to individual jurisdictions. Part of the methodology used to make those allocations included those social and environmental justice factors to put units in places of high opportunity for people that are disadvantaged. So areas with access to jobs, clean air, good schools, et cetera. And so that's in part why Pacifica received a very high allocation, right? We have a lot of very favorable elements to our community that would make putting housing here, particularly for disadvantaged people, a good public policy decision. More particularly to us planning for our city allocation, throughout our community, we then have policies and can make those policy decisions in the actual allocation and identification of housing sites that take those factors into consideration. For instance, proximity to schools, access to transit, access to shopping, grocery stores, et cetera, so that those places of opportunity in our community are also relevant for people of lower income so that they have the support that they need to thrive in this community.
And so just to follow on to that, in terms of relationship of locating housing in areas that might be considered hazardous with regard to environmental justice, will that be evaluated as well in the process?
So one way that it will is that by using these updated tools in this general plan, including the updated and more precise hazard mapping, that is a resource for making housing decisions, not only in the land use element for this plan, but also in focused, intensification that will be asked of the council for higher density housing, for instance. And so we would very much intend to use the tools in this adopted general plan when it's adopted to inform that decision-making process.
And just the final comment on this is there was a comment brought up about ridge lines and protecting. And I think I interpret that to be related to our Hillside Preservation District, but I want to make sure that there are the policies embedded and that we will be factoring that into all of our decision making.
Yes. So again, it's a multi-layered approach to these issues. And so this general plan carries forward a component of the prior general plan, which is the designation of prominent ridge lines. It's meant to be a tool to understand, development in those areas is not encouraged, right? It should be discouraged and put in other places. One method of that is the land use designation itself to ensure, minimal densities in those areas where they're private property, where there's a right to develop, but let's set it appropriate to the conditions. The other is to say, we need to put policies in place to perhaps zone those as Hillside Preservation District and so forth. And so this general plan recognizes that Hillside Preservation District zoning. It recommends some additions to the Hillside Preservation District zoning overlay to be undertaken in the follow-on zoning actions that the council will be asked to make. And so those combined with other policies about discouraging development on steep slopes of 35% or more would all combine to help inform that land use decision-making process.
Thank you very much.
And also thank you for allowing us to do it in this way. So I think each public comment that you talk about will have an opportunity to ask questions about. That way, when we get to the chapters, we'll have information that we can deliberate on.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next comment was in relation to the transfer of development rights. So the commenter suggested, there should be support to use that more. We actually have a policy that says that program should be revisited and enhanced so that it can be better utilized. It's very infrequently utilized now, but it is a good tool to try to get development rights all out of places where development should not occur, hazardous places, steep hillsides, prominent ridgelines, et cetera. And so one of the policies in the general plan would be to revisit that ordinance and to improve it to make it more functional. There was a statement about the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site, and I think we need to clarify. I think some folks are mixing up terms when they're talking about the land use action that the city council is considering. Just at a basic level, right, all of the city's land use decisions are first general plan land use decisions, given that's the overarching document for the city. And then those are more specifically implemented through zoning. The current land use designation in the general plan for the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site is commercial. And that allows up to 22 units per acre in mixed use form. And so what's being considered here is a change in land use designation from 22 units per acre to 3 to 5 units per acre through the site-specific policy and the commercial residential mixed-use designation. There was mention of this commercial recreation and the council's changing it from that to coastal residential mixed-use. That's apples and oranges. It's not technically or legally correct. So the question before the council is, should the land use change from 22 units per acre with mixed-use commercial to 3 to 5 units per acre of mixed-use commercial? So that would be a marked decrease in the allowable density under the general plan. Then, following adoption of the general plan, the council may need to revisit the zoning classification for that site. And if it desires to change it, determine what that appropriate zoning action would be. But it's a different issue than the commenter mentioned.
And we'll be talking about that in chapter 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Land use policies and
getting it all straight.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
There was mention about the landslide hazard maps and debris flow maps. The city staff has tried to be very responsive to those comments, and we've engaged with the relevant state agency experts to get the state information on those mapped landslides. I will not sit here and attest to the fact that every landslide is mapped in the map that's in the general plan. But what I will tell you is we pulled the mapped landslide inventory that the relevant state agency has for Pacifica. So I think rather than trying to get the city into the business of becoming an expert landslide mapping agency, perhaps effort could be made to get more landslides mapped into the state inventory so that the relevant state agency has that information, and that can flow out to us as well as others like the county and elsewhere that might benefit from having improved mapped landslides. Similarly, our general plan would include a new map of debris flows based on an inventory from the 1980s storms. And so we are trying to make an effort to include that information to support decision-making. We can get more into it perhaps in the safety element discussion, but the real question should be asked, what decision-making are those maps supporting and what's the policy consequence? And we can talk more about that at that point. There's a question about how to align the general plan update with the coastal zone, and recognizing that under state law, local land use policy in the coastal zone cannot be implemented until certified by the Coastal Commission. We recognize that. And in fact, there's a policy in the general plan that indicates where there's a conflict between the general plan and the certified local coastal program, that the local coastal program will prevail. As I've mentioned in earlier hearings, it's a difficult position to be in, and it's an unfortunate position to be in that after 2 years of work, our local coastal land use plan is not yet certified by the Coastal Commission, but that's beyond our control, and we're continuing to work with the Coastal Commission towards that end. In the meantime, we have a policy to resolve those from a practical standpoint. It will present challenges, and we will just have to deal with those to the best of our ability. But until such time as the local coastal land use plan is certified, it is correct that the 1980 LCLUP will remain in effect. I think it's staff's assessment that the alternative is to defer all of its local land use authority and decision-making in the general plan for the entire city, most of which is outside of the coastal zone, until such time as the Coastal Commission certifies the LCLUP. I think it's our opinion that that would be forfeiting a lot of local control, and the council may not be interested in that approach. But we can revisit that if the council wants to discuss that further. There was mention of a comment letter by Attorney Brian Gaffney. We've received that comment letter. Many, if not all, of the same points were made in earlier comments on the environmental impact report. So the city has prepared detailed responses, and we can touch on those at some point if the council is interested. But we are aware, and we considered them seriously, and we prepared the appropriate responses.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested in hearing the responses to that letter. That'd be really good.
Sure. Would you like to do that now, or in discussion of the EIR after the general plan?
Go ahead. Yes? What do you think, Sue Bartoloff? I see you, but I don't hear you.
Sure. Yeah, let's hear them now.
Okay, great. So Allison, would you like to take us through the process and some of the substance of the responses, please?
Sure. So Mr. Gaffney, in his new letter, and some of these points have previously been addressed in our response to comment that is in the final EIR, but Mr. Gaffney mentions consistency of fire hazard mapping with the local coastal land use plan and the general plan. The appropriate mapping to use, which is outlined in the master response for wildfire that we have confirmed with CAL FIRE, is the analysis that is presented in the FEIR, and any changes that would need to be made in the local coastal land use program would be made after it moves past its holding pattern that it's in right now. So all analysis in the FEIR regarding wildfire mapping still stands. His points 2 and 3 regarding wildfire impacts and inadequacy, we have addressed multiple times, both in our response to comments and in our master response. In addition to the very high fire hazard severity zone mapping, the EIR also includes a map of fire threat and a number of policies in the plan, plus any federal or state regulations reduce the impacts to less than significant. Our findings would not change. Continuing on. Evacuation route analysis, we have identified as being appropriate in our master response 7, I believe. So no, we don't have any concerns there. Adequately responding to comments for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District as part of our response to their comment letter. We show how the Pacifica's current climate action plan has a very ambitious goal of GHG reduction by 2050, and we've included more information that clarifies how Pacifica meets that 30% reduction below 2040 levels. That's included in the red line. Statement of overriding considerations and his allegation that it violates CEQA. The statement of overriding considerations does include all evidence for impacts that could potentially be significant with mitigation and significant and unavoidable. So we have prepared an adequate assessment of that. Mr. Gaffney erroneously uses the term mitigation, hundreds of mitigation measures in the final EIR. Proposed project policies are not intended to act as mitigation measures unless they are explicitly referred to as mitigation measures. Rather, the policy statements indicate actions the city will take on an ongoing basis as the proposed project is implemented, and the EIR has correctly considered the effects of implementing those policies, including any beneficial effects that they would have in reducing potentially significant impacts. The mitigation monitoring and reporting plan includes specific and measurable content for each of those. The voluntary ones are recognized as such. They are not included, like the GHG mitigation measures that are voluntary are omitted from that quantification. The transportation ones, we have the second one is voluntary, but that does not change the fact that the findings are significant and unavoidable. And we have considered feasible mitigation measures that the city could adequately take on. And then his allegation that recirculation of the EIR is required. All of the information and edits that have been made do not change any of the findings in the EIR and merely represent clarifications or amplifications of the existing conclusions and findings. And then the project team has, demonstrated that additional development is foreseeable. I think he's referring to SB 9, which is not subject to SEQA review. And then our master response for build out and RENA further clarifies how build out of 6 cycle RENA is not known. The locations of where housing is going is not known, and thus it would not be possible under the proposed plan to analyze the potential impacts of additional housing. If there are any other issues in the letter, I'm happy to clarify.
Thank you very much, Allison.
Thank you.
All right, so the next comment I wanted to address, there was a commenter indicating that the city needs much more very low income housing, and the plan doesn't address that. I think we agree, the city does need quite a bit more very low income housing, or housing affordable to persons with very low incomes. As we mentioned earlier, the plan would take an important step forward in supporting development of that type of housing. The city currently is not in a good position to do that, either through its land use policies or through its fiscal situation. And so we have control over one and less control over the other in terms of generating funding for affordable housing. And so we can do our part through adoption of the policies that are in the document. As far as tracking displacement, that's not a program or something that the general plan can accomplish, but the council could, explore a policy to implement such a program if that was, desired by the council.
Mr. Murdoch, if I could please, I just want to pause and make sure I understood what you just said. What I heard you say, and I want to just make sure crystal clear, but I'm not, thinking I heard something else. The concern that was raised by a commenter today and in numerous written and verbal comments throughout the Planning Commission process and our process has been about the dearth of affordable housing in Pacifica. And with our RENA and our upcoming RENA that will be addressing the housing element, the need to develop a significant amount. And what I heard you say is the policies in the current general plan draft that is being studied and we are considering will enable the development of affordable housing where the 1980 general plan does not. Not that it prohibits it per se, but my understanding or my thinking is it just wasn't something being planned for in 1980. Is that an accurate statement of what you said or where you were going with that statement?
Yes, Councilmember Beckmeyer. It's not that anything particularly discourages the development of affordable housing in the 1980 general plan, but the policies certainly don't tip the balance towards making it easier to build. And so policies, for instance, like increases in density of up to 50 acres and supporting application of state density bonus law on top of those increased base densities are policies that manifestly will make it easier for affordable housing developers to construct those types of projects. And it is true that the city needs to build, not simply, encourage or support through its policies, a significant amount of new housing units to actually provide very low income housing. And so that's something that, we'll need to continue to emphasize in our conversations with the community, given that building housing here continues to be a challenging process and in many cases results in a lot of community resistance. And so we need to continue to work through ways to try to minimize that resistance and have our policies really support construction of that type of housing.
Thank you.
And Christian, when you talked about the rental registry and the displacement policies, that is something that council can take action on completely outside of the general plan, or is there language that can be added to the general plan to address it or to acknowledge it?
Certainly the city council could undertake that kind of action at any time.
Okay.
Nothing that would run contrary in the current or proposed general plan that would prevent that. What can be helpful is if there's policy support in the general plan to make it clear that that's a priority for the city. Mm-hmm. That's where I think there's potentially a role in the general plan adoption process.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. And I wanted to offer to Vice Chair Hauser, if at any point you feel like you have something you would like to add, please go ahead and raise your hand, because I don't want to wait for people to ask you questions, because I know the breadth of knowledge that you have. So please feel free, okay?
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
There were comments from a representative of the San Francisco Public Golf Alliance. I think he's narrowed it down to basically two edits, one in the environmental impact report and one in the general plan document. We would prefer not to make an edit to the EIR at this point, particularly for a non-substantive environmental issue reason, but we are amenable to discussing the edit if the council is interested to the general plan document to reflect that adjustment that the commenter mentioned. And then lastly, there were comments about making decisions with risks in mind. And so I think back to some of the earlier council member statements about what does this general plan do for the city's decision-making process with respect to hazards? Well, it provides new, more robust assessment of hazard areas. It presents that information in a form that's easier to use to support decision-making in terms of modernizing maps, having digital source material to allow further analysis, finer grain assessment, and so on. That's simply not present in the 1980 general plan. And so I think to that end, adoption of the general plan would help the city make informed decisions that weigh the risks in terms of the public benefits of the policy decision being considered. That's all I had in direct response to the public comments today.
Christian, they also mentioned something about evacuation route analysis. Is there anything that you want to say about that?
Yeah, I think
in his letter as well.
Yeah, there are a couple things. So I think most directly the commenters indicating a required evacuation route capacity analysis. Our assessment is that state law does not require that yet. And so it's not legally deficient that the city has not done that analysis. I think to another element of evacuation route consideration is we have included a new map in this general plan of areas in Pacifica that do not have two evacuation routes, given the isolated nature of their subdivisions. And as you might imagine, it's a number of our older neighborhoods that were subdivided in the early 1900s, prior to an era of really robust land use planning, but also prior to an era of widespread wildfire risk in this part of the region. And so there is an advancement made there. And then the city would be in a position in the near future to undertake that more robust evacuation route capacity analysis that was mentioned, most likely in the next safety element update.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, council, let's start with questions. I know we all have questions, so we'll go with questions first, and then we will hop into the document. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I heard a question also about environmentally sensitive habitat areas, especially around the San Pedro area, and whether or not they're properly mapped and accounted for.
Sure. We address a number of those points in our master response, and I can allow Allison to touch on that if necessary. What I will say is the documents prepared have mapped the officially adopted critical habitat, for instance, and other known officially mapped areas that have been adopted by public agencies. I think it's a misstatement to suggest that simply because it's not mapped, it won't be considered and used to support decision making. And so there are policies that would allow for that during a project-specific review.
When you say officially mapped, if you could just go through briefly what that means, that something is officially mapped, that might clarify a little bit what we're working with.
Certainly. So I think the classic example is critical habitat designations adopted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so there's a proper process for public review and comment on those maps, and then a final adoption action by the relevant resource agency. And so there are other instances potentially of official adoption mapping processes. And so we've pulled the data from those relevant resource agencies of officially adopted habitat areas, for instance. The point I was trying to make about other policies that protect ESHA, there are policies that require site-specific analysis to identify those types of resources in areas where they may not be mapped currently. And that's certainly a routine process in the coastal development permit process, for instance, when the city is having to analyze the relevant resources. What I will say is those resources can change over time. And so there was a suggestion made by one of the commenters that the city ignored information that was available, and obvious. Well, that's not true. In the particular project that was referenced, a qualified biologist evaluated the site at the time the city was making its decision on the project and evaluated and assessed the resources that were present on the site at that time. With that said, as I mentioned, they evolve over time, and at a later period, additional resources were identified, and that agency, in that case, the Coastal Commission, made that permitting decision on their part based on the relevant information that was known and observed at that time. So there's no sort of perfect, one point in time that can necessarily capture all resources, and I think that's an important point.
Thank you. I have one more question, but I see that Commissioner Hauser has her hand raised. Perhaps she has more insight to add.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to mention that when the Planning Commission was reviewing this specific area, there's a sentence in Chapter 4 that specifically says, development of the site will require detailed evaluation of coastal hazards and vulnerabilities and biological resources to ensure that any sensitive habitat and wetlands that may exist on the site are protected. So there is something very site specific in there that requires the additional analysis that Mr. Murdoch was referring to. And that helped us feel like this had been really adequately addressed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So my other question, I wanted to go back to the notion that we do not yet have an updated LCLUP. And Planning Director Murdoch, I have a feeling that I'll definitely be asking questions that have already been asked several times and answered several times. My thinking being sometimes re-asking things, from a half an inch in a different direction might gain a slightly different perspective. And because they did come across to me as robust concerns from the community, I want to thoroughly address them to the best of my ability. But this idea that the point was well taken, first of all, that we don't want to give away our capacity to determine all of our land because some of it is in the coastal zone. I've heard that. Going forward, and we do not know how long it might take to have an updated LCLUP certified, I am acutely curious of the process or the processes that might go on for an undetermined amount of time in terms of what that looks like having a new general plan versus working with potentially an old LCLUP.
Sure. So I'll do my best to try to provide some context to that. So as I mentioned earlier, I think the most immediately noticeable change between the 1980 LCLUP and adoption of the new general plan is a number of the land use designations. Particularly in the commercial realm, there are a number of changes that would result in more specific commercial designations, whereas the 1980 LCLUP has much more general commercial designations. By and large, residential designations, which comprise the bulk of our community, would largely remain the same. And so I think in the land use realm, while changes could be confronted, in most instances, there's not proposed land use changes. And so hopefully those conflicts will be relatively few. But as mentioned, the policy in the general plan makes clear that it must be subordinate to the certified LC-LUP. And that's why we are continuing to work to obtain certification so that those two documents meld together and the instances of inconsistencies are few, if any, moving forward.
Okay, it's a good start, and I'm sure I'll ask a similar question later, so thank you.
Do we have any other questions right now? Okay. Well then, let's dig into the document. So we're going to go chapter by chapter. And, I really encourage us to take our time. And even if you think you don't have a question, like maybe you do. You know what I mean? This is the only time that we are ever going to get to do this, right? This process. So it's really important that we're able to do it thoroughly and slowly. So yeah, I'm just encouraging that today. So let's start chapter 1. Are there any questions to begin with for chapter 1 or any thoughts about any of the changes that have been made already or thoughts about changes that need to be made? Go ahead, Councilmember Beckmeyer. I see you.
I just wanted to say that I'm pulling up the red line document because I have to have my comparison, and so bear with me for a second. I'll be listening while I'm doing that. But if it looks like I'm fooling around, it's because I'm trying to get all.
I'm also doing the same. Yeah, there's so many documents I have to pull up. So Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to suggest that most of this discussion should probably take place in the red line version because that reflects the latest recommendation from the Planning Commission. There's just a few chapters that the Planning Commission didn't make edits where they were captured in the red line. And so we can try to maybe cue the council members to the packet page to jump to for each respective chapter, if that would be helpful. And it will take us a minute to do that as well, but I wanted to try to provide that, that courtesy so that we can look at sort of the latest version of the document, if you will, reflecting the red lines, and sort of take that as the baseline to consider whether or not to accept those or to consider additional edits to the document.
And Mayor, I believe that for chapter 1, the introduction, and Mr. Murdoch, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but that there weren't red line changes to that, so you have to look at the May version.
That's correct.
And what packet page will we be starting on?
Yeah. Which the introduction begins on packet page 35, I believe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The introduction?
Chapter 1 that the council is currently discussing. If you look at packet page 30.
Oh, in the May version, you mean, or in the other version? Okay. So many different versions.
I have my, sorry. I've got that document, the original chapter 1 in front of me. And what I really wanted to touch on here is there are a number of comments, and we did speak to a few of them. I asked some questions earlier about environmental justice and social justice and the location of housing. But there were also comments during one of the Planning Commission meetings about, and I appreciated the point of view about putting people at the center of this planning process, as if the people weren't considered and it was only the policies and some kind of, and it does feel very policy heavy and, all of that. But there's a reason we need those policies in place so that we can make decisions that protect people and that support people. So I just wanted to comment on the statements that were made in terms of environmental justice in this section, that it does give that overview of how we will be evolving our plans, and that, you know, all of the pieces that come out in more detail later, like the complete streets piece, which has a lot to do with all of our policies we've been working on for a long time around our bike and ped and changing our circulation and transportation. So it's really not a question, it's more a comment about the reference points that are in this document, maybe not spelled out in the specific way with that people-centered focus that was asked for. But for me as a decision maker, I feel confident that what's here provides the framework and the supportive policies for making decisions in the best interests of residents and people who live and visit Pacifica.
Thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. So the only place I thought was interesting is when, like, there's not a whole lot of mention about youth. And I think that goes back to what you had just said, Sue, is about, you know, putting people first. But there's one paragraph, recreation facilities and activities for youth. And I think when I went to read that paragraph, I was looking for more, like, what kinds of activities for youth, not just recreational, but perhaps leadership opportunities within the city structure. So maybe we can add something about that, and that would make me feel good.
Yes, and I'm making notes of the council suggestions as we go. And if it works for you and the council, Madam Mayor, I can keep that running list as we work through the chapters. And then at some point we can revisit those suggestions and see if there's consensus from the council or further adjustments to those potential modifications. So we're in sort of a no idea is a bad idea phase right now, and getting them all down, and then we can revisit and really work through them thoroughly.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Anything else for chapter 1? Anybody? All right, well then let's move forward to chapter 2.
So I need to call out, unfortunately, I think a technical issue here with chapters 2 and 3 in the red line version. It looks like parts of them were included twice. And so I think the full references are at packet pages 356 for chapter 2 and 375 for chapter 3. But if council members have any comments on prior packet pages, then we can certainly jump back to them and do the work to correspond them later on the staff side.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think there was a scanning issue when we had to sort of work around our agenda system at one point.
All right, let's talk about chapter 2. Economic sustainability, super important for our city. So Councilmember Beckmeyer, go right ahead.
On this point, there had been comments made about questioning the focus on Sharp Park, West Sharp Park primarily, but also including Eureka Square. And I know that will, come up more in the specific plan issue, but the general overall comment was that it doesn't make sense to create a downtown there. It's a waste of time because we already have a downtown. And the point, by example, was referring to Rockaway. And what I wanted to highlight here is that, and I think the commenter at that time was really limiting the analysis or the focus of the comment on tourism. But what I am seeing as economic sustainability and the specific support of all of the commercial areas in our town, and as they pertain to not only visitor serving, but where residents live too. And so for me, this is an important thing to keep in mind because I don't want it, while we are very much looking to tourism and things like temporary occupancy tax and this kind of thing, I want to make sure that our approach and at least in the form of comment and recognition of the fact that it's all of the residents in the economy, we're not just talking about tourism. We're not just hinging our economic sustainability for the city on tourism dollars. So that's just my opening comment on that. And then I'm going to turn to my notes and add more.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, may I just elaborate on your statements with a couple points? I'll note that in the Planning Commission's consideration of the Sharp Park specific plan, the first part of your comments there, they keyed in on that and trying to understand what's the right mix of what are described as community serving versus neighborhood serving versus visitor serving uses. And that's an important but difficult distinction to make, right? And it's important to get it right. So yeah, you're achieving your intended vibrancy and revitalization, but not going too far in any one direction. I think it is not the case that the city is trying to hinge all of its economic future on just the West Sharp Park neighborhood, but rather making this the first of perhaps several efforts to revitalize and plan for different areas of the city. And that's indicated certainly in the council's work plan for the next fiscal year, which is to undertake a community process for a quarry specific plan and corresponding updates to the Rockaway Beach specific plan to integrate that quarry specific plan area. And so we recognize, many areas of the city need a focused planning process, and they all need to be vibrant, successful, and able to work harmoniously with one another.
All right, well, I will talk about the demographic indicators, table 2.1. And I know it says that the Census Bureau American Community Survey from 2015-2019. I'm wondering if there's an update because we do have a new census. And then just curious if more additional demographic information might be helpful. So yeah, I guess can you update it with the newest census data, and would it be okay? I mean, would it be helpful to have more demographics, racial, ethnicity, things like that?
Sure. I think one question is, the different products released by the census have different data. So I don't know exactly whether these specific data points would also be in the 2020 decennial census, or if we would need to wait for the next 5-year American Community Survey update, since they do have some different data points. We can certainly look at that. I think one indication is potentially the census data just weren't released yet for 2020 when this draft document was updated.
Right.
Those data releases occurred more recently than the drafting of this document.
Yes.
I'm going to follow up on that point, and I'm thinking specifically because we focus on this a lot in the school district. And looking at in terms of ethnicity and cultural identity, demographics in a snapshot, but also I think a focus or acknowledgement of the change over time in our city and what we're seeing in terms of that. If there's a way to acknowledge that and make sure that our policies are inclusive of everyone. I think it's just worth saying, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think we kind of go, yeah, of course they are, but yet an affirmation to that point. And it's very anecdotal. So I'm not saying, let's put anecdotal stuff in the general plan, but I can say that for in many instances, when I talk to long-term residents, they have a different picture of our demographics than I do. And I encourage them to look at our school demographic data. So I think what I'm hearing, it's prompting me that Mayor Beer is saying, I'd like to see the general plan for the city reflecting that same information. in some kind of way mirroring that. So what the exact right data source would be, and being this is the economic focus, perhaps there is some specific source that we can locate, but I'm afraid to tell you I don't have a suggestion for that.
Sure, and I'll just note that we're at somewhat of a disadvantage here, given we don't have the housing element before you as well, right? Which will be subject to a separate update process. A lot of that type of demographic data showing community changes over time, more finer grain on racial demographics and income demographics, for instance. That information is in the housing element, and it helps to demonstrate the need for housing and policies that can help to address those issues.
So maybe a general statement in chapter 2 that tees that up, that we then, we can elaborate on in the housing element.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else, so I'm just gonna keep going because I have another one. That's okay. Policy ES-I-14 under marketing and branding. That's the right one. Yeah, it is. I just would like to see more in there talking about social media and different kinds of content, creating different kinds of content for different kinds of media platforms. I think is important to update that.
I'm sorry, Mayor Bear, are you on? Can you say that policy name again?
I can. It is ES-I-14.
14. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, which is on packet page 370.
In the red line version.
In the red line version. Then one more I have, which is ESI-19, hosting new events. If you could just add pride in there, that would be great. Thank you. And I just thought of one more thing under the marketing and branding, maybe something about continuing to update the city website to improve usability. I don't know if that's where it belongs, but I think we need to talk about that too. So. Thank you, Christian. Let me know if the speed is okay and you're catching things.
So far, so good. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
On that note of a citywide calendar, because we seem to have events that overlap with each other. We've tried to do that for years to develop that, but it doesn't seem to connect very well. Thank you.
Okay. Going once, going twice for chapter 2. All right. Let's move on to chapter 3 then, which is on packet page 375, community design.
I have a question about the historical development and preservation, and I want to make sure that this is the right place to talk about it, or if it needs to be somewhere else too, in chapter 4 maybe. If you just say no, that's really chapter 4. I keep asking about how I got asked Christian a lot about this, Director Murdoch, how we include policies in the Sharp Park specific plan or in the general plan to reflect the historic nature of some of our neighborhoods in terms of future development. I want a future, I think what I'm trying to, maybe it's too big of a word, but I want to future proof this a little, because I really do believe that this council understands and our planning commission understands and this staff understands more or less what we mean by that. I think the policies, as we'll be discussing them in the Sharp Park specific plan, address some of that, but I just am looking for any anchors where we can encourage character of neighborhoods. And I'm wondering, Commissioner Hauser, if you have any comments on that or thoughts about how that was addressed with the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. I think this was talked about more extensively in, I want to say element 6, Mr. Murdoch, am I remembering that right? As to where some of the historical character of sites itself came up. I think what was probably not touched on was the character, if there was historic character of neighborhoods themselves. Some of that did come up in the Sharp Park specific plan discussion that happened on Monday and Thursday. But if you want it in this plan, I don't think that the Planning Commission had particularly deliberated on that.
And Councilmember Beckmeyer, can I ask some clarifying questions to make sure I understand what you're getting at? So when you say future proofing, are you suggesting that perhaps the general plan needs more detailed discussion and narrative to sort of lock in the perspective and historical nature and circumstances of our neighborhoods so that there's a baseline that can support future decision-making about scale, about architectural design, about the elaborateness of the development review process for different neighborhoods to sort of dial in and preserve that neighborhood character?
Yes, in a word, yes. And I can cite a few specific examples that I've recently encountered in Valmar, for example, where I think, zoning and codes and, all of that were it's within the scope. Completely within the scope, and yet the outcome of the product is not in character. And I'm not saying there's one size fits all character for Valmar. There isn't, and that's the beauty of Pacifica. There really isn't that, but yet there's kind of a feel, and sometimes they end up with kind of where did that come from? And I think, as I mentioned in a couple of conversations, and I'm just sharing with council, I've been thinking about this a lot after my lengthy trip and being away and in other environments. And when you're in an environment that isn't your familiar environment, I was very keenly observing those kinds of visual differences, those kinds of, consistency or not, and how much it just jumped out at me. And honestly, my conclusion was, and it was borne out by some of the tours that we went on in the historic explanation of how towns got converted from, Renaissance medieval to what we see now. And I realized our timeline isn't that long. But what happened is someone had a good idea and just moved it forward. And I'm wanting to make sure that we're leaving room, and more than leaving room, that we're asking for some kind of character, neighborhood fit, scale, whether it be, floor area measurements or the amount of, I realize we have limits, some limits.
That's ratio. Or area ratio.
And our policies about setbacks and all that, I know a lot of that is being nipped at on a state level, and I understand why. But I still, even more so, want figure out a way that we're inserting that in and have places where we have those controls.
Yes, and Mayor Beer, I have some thoughts on that, perhaps after we hear from Commissioner Hauser.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. I just wanted to correct myself. It was not element 6, it was element 7. 7-4 is a figure, Councilmember Beckmeyer, that illustrates kind of where the cultural and historic resources and site are. I also wanted to speak with what you just said to a policy that's in the red line, and I don't have it in front of me, so maybe Mr. Murdoch can help find it, but a new policy that we recommended to set, we have maximum FARs that are in the land use element, but we did not have minimum FARs. And that was something that, to your point, we really thought that we needed. So one of the things you'll see in this red line is a new policy recommending that we study and adopt that as part of the implementation of the zoning ordinance. But I will kind of echo what I had initially said, which is that we didn't do it in a neighborhood specific manner.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. And so the commission certainly spent some time talking about ensuring that there's a minimum amount of commercial area so that they're not, dominated by the housing or residential component of those projects, because they do need to function with one another and provide that commercial core. To Councilmember Beckmeyer's points, we've talked about the policy in the general plan to revisit the citywide height limit of 35 feet. And I explained in some instances it will go higher, right, to support mixed use, for example, like in the Sharp Park area, shopping center redevelopment, et cetera. But in other cases, it needs to go in the other direction. And that, I think, gets to the core of what you're describing, which is community scale and character. So we need to visit that in the zoning. I will say that one of the curious elements of me coming to Pacifica and learning the zoning code was, the R1 zoning district applied to a significant amount of the land area, sort of a one-size-fits-all set of zoning standards, when really we have a number of different neighborhoods, different historic development patterns, lot sizes, character, aspirations for the future, et cetera. And really that needs to be dialed in my opinion, not only with height, but with different setbacks, lot coverage, parking standards, floor area ratio standards, and so on, to achieve that desired scale and quality of the neighborhood. I think the city made some attempt at that. I think in reaction, in Valleymar and other neighborhoods of these very large homes being reconstructed or expanded on these small lots. Some people call it the mega home ordinance. It triggered a discretionary review process, but really that's not sufficient anymore, because the city is so bound under state law, against making arbitrary sort of discretionary decisions on housing. We really need to dial in the objective standards through our zoning to reset the baseline to achieve that desired community and neighborhood character.
Councilmember Vonlos.
The neighborhood issue is interesting because I like Valleymar because it is all different. There could be a 500 square foot cottage or a 2,800 square foot house instead of rows and rows and rows of Lindemar ranchers that all look the same. So if you start with the neighborhood standards, are you going to get neighborhoods that look like Stepford Wives, where they're all exactly the same, and no one can make a change to their property because it has to follow a specific neighborhood rule? And that's concerning to me.
And I hear that, and I'm not suggesting that. And those kinds of rules, I almost think of more as at the level of the HOA or something. I'm talking about acknowledging the diversity that you're referring to and continuing that.
Okay.
But you know what I'm talking about, Sue. You can drive down certain streets, and I'll give you the street names, and you will see the box is that jump off the lot. And it's like, whoa, that's what I'm talking about. And so, I mean, it's my takeaway, Christian, is that as we move forward with our zoning and as we begin to implement a more granular form of our zoning policies, and we'll be addressing it at that point.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Christian, on packet page 382 and 383, we have the guiding policies and we're talking about high quality multifamily and senior housing and then accessory dwelling units. I don't see anything about like low income housing in this area because we also want high quality low income housing. Because I like the term because we do want it to be high quality. So I just didn't know if that's the right place to put it, but I want to put it in the general plan as often as we can in as many sections as we can. So it's super clear that that's what we want.
Sure, I understand. I mean, we could certainly add that specific reference. I think my take on it is, whether it's affordable housing or market rate housing, you probably shouldn't be able to tell the difference, right? If it's high quality housing by the type of housing, multifamily, single family, what have you, it should all be high quality. And so we can add that clarification. Doing it too much could sort of draw a distinction like, oh, there are different types of housing. Well, from my opinion, they shouldn't be necessarily. So it's just a different take on that policy question.
I'm sorry, Mary, were you on CD-1-5?
Yes.
Okay, can we maybe consider, I'm not saying let's nitpick every word, but could we consider something like, I've used this phrase before, Director Murdoch, for a range of income levels or something to that effect? You have used a phrase that I can't think of the eloquent way you said it, but that gets to that point. And perhaps consider that for CD-1-5.
Right, or for all income levels, sure. I think that achieves the same objective, right? So, market rate shouldn't be different than affordable. It should be for every income level that there's a high quality housing product. And it doesn't draw the focus on affordable necessarily, depending on where the emphasis is desired.
Councilmember Vardalos? You can do it.
So, sorry, I'm going back and forth from the pages to this. This is a different, on page 377, I do kind of understand, it's the map, and it shows industrial zones, which to me, I know that like the Sharp Park is priority development area, but it says industrial zones, and that, I don't know, that word just throws me off because we have no actual industry in Pacifica, and the quarry is not in there, which I would consider our largest industrial zone. So I just have a question as to why that was particularly worded that way.
Yeah, I think part of the challenge here is that in the way we had to produce this map, the colors are not distinguishable. The two red shades, I think, have come through in a very challenging way. If given a minute, we might be able to pull up a better quality and show what's actually being distinguished down here.
That was my interpretation.
Oh, I got it. It's activity.
Yeah,
it's not industrial.
Predominant designation here is primary activity center.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked that ahead instead of. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Have others. Can you explain to me on CD-I-13, where it's the Hillside Preservation District, and at the last sentence it says update the HPD to ensure that all steep slopes are covered and that sites on other terrains are not included. Can you explain to me what that last phrase means?
Sure. I think the first one's pretty self-evident that take another look, see if there's areas that are missing that should be mapped and included in the zoning district. There are areas, I don't have all of them in mind, but for instance, the eastern part of the quarry that are flat, that are mapped in the Hillside Preservation District. And I think my sense anyways is the inclusion of those areas, for whatever reason they were originally included in that zoning overlay, undercuts the foundation and the support for why we have a Hillside Preservation District. And so I think, getting it right is the point of that policy, to ensure that all appropriate hillside areas are included and protected by the ordinance, but not including those areas that aren't hillsides.
Okay.
With the recognition, I'll say that, to remove those areas that are zoned with the overlay would require a vote of the people. Okay. So it's not a simple undertaking that the council itself could accomplish. The council can, however, itself add areas to the Hillside Preservation District overlay.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer, did you have something?
I do. On CD-1-10, it specifically calls out as part of new public spaces as part of redevelopment, and it enumerates specific areas. And I just want to double check on that with you and with Commissioner Hauser. In terms of the issue of redevelopment, is that why we specified those specific locations in the paragraph? Can you help me out with that? Understand that a little better? Because I can think of, there may be other places. I don't know that I want to absolutely limit it to just those places.
Sure, I think it would be a great revision potentially to generalize it and then use specific examples. I mean, I think those sites were included primarily because those were the most likely anticipated, key development or redevelopment sites.
Right.
To ensure that appropriate public spaces were reserved in those redevelopments.
I think a great example is the little pocket park or whatever you want to call it that we included in the Civic Center project. I mean, it's little, but it's still sort of, as we have come through the pandemic, the idea of outdoor spaces that are available and accessible to everyone all over the place is what I'm driving at.
Yeah, every little bit helps, certainly. And so you have to fit them in where you can. Yeah, we can find language to generalize that policy.
We'll just go back and forth because I have another one. On CD-I-15, which is packet page 387, and it talks about ensure that the negative visual impacts resulting from new development on the coastal zone are minimized. Is it only visual impacts that we're looking at here? Is there something, I see the next one, we're talking about impacts of vegetation, but I was like habitat or things like that. Does it need to be added into that, or does that go somewhere else?
Yeah, those issues are addressed elsewhere. This is the community design element. So it's really focusing on the visual components of development and how they need to be suitably designed and development placed in the appropriate locations to minimize negative visual impacts. So, these are all read together in the general plan to complement one another. And so other types of impacts are addressed in the chapters appropriate to those types of impacts.
Well, thank you, Christian. Samantha, I feel like you right now. At your meetings, you're like, is there something else from someone else?
You feel like you're talking a lot, right? But you're from my perspective, no.
Okay, CDI-21. Which is talking about roadway enhancements. It's on packet page 390. I know we've done some work with Caltrans over the past year, and I'm wondering if there's anything that came out of that, things that are planned to work with them that we can include in there.
Yeah, I'm less familiar with that, Mayor Beer. Perhaps Public Works Director Lisa Peterson can speak to those efforts with Caltrans.
Maybe you could just take a look and see. Oh, there's Lisa. Oh, no.
Thank you. Good to see everybody. Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. Yes, thank you for the question. We have been working with Caltrans on different intersections on Highway 1, specifically concerning signal timing and allowing better pedestrian access across specific locations, intersections where we're seeing a lot of foot traffic. And most recently, probably council remembers that we have been implementing this delayed signal for the pedestrians to allow the pedestrians to get out there on the crosswalks prior to the cars, moving and making some of those turns where there's a conflict. So we do continue to work with Caltrans on a number of elements related to traffic on Highway 1, and specifically how we can incorporate it more within this. I guess I would, turn back to Acting Director Murdoch on how we could do that. Certainly can have those conversations.
City Manager Woodhouse.
Yeah, Mayor Beer, thank you, Director Peterson, for that. And some of those improvements and such relate to probably the safety chapter. This is focused on the visual. This policy specifically is focused on the visual. And as Mr. Murdoch said, it's for the general plan, it's probably good to keep this policy as general, but then perhaps cite some examples in the italicized text. And one example, about improving the appearance would be the San Jose Avenue pedestrian overcrossing that was recently built. There, has been ongoing efforts for removing dead trees or other brush from the highway and litter cleanup that Caltrans is regularly doing. Just some of the ideas that could be inserted as examples, but keep the policy general.
Okay, thank you. Anything else in Chapter 3? Okay. So we'll move on to Chapter 4. I know this is going to be, I think this is going to be a long discussion in Chapter 4. So we should probably take lunch at 1 o'clock. That suit all of you? Half hour at 1 o'clock? Okay, just so everyone's okay with that. Okay, good. Probably getting hungry now. Okay, land use, Chapter 4.
Mr. Murdoch and Commissioner Hauser, it would be helpful to me in this chapter if you would discuss the highest, the biggest areas of change or the biggest areas of redesignation or that kind of, because I know there's some small parcels that we're recommending redesignation, like the one over by Lindemar School and such. But just as a reminder and overview of the specific changes or recommendations that were made in land use.
Absolutely, and Commissioner Hauser, if it's all right, I'll start and then you can jump in with any additional information. So I think the first place to start is to recognize all of the commercial areas have changes in designation. They will remain in the commercial designation by and large, but as mentioned earlier, the 1980 general plan had a single commercial land use designation. And this proposed general plan has a number of different designations, including service commercial, visitor serving commercial, and other types of commercial, low intensity, visitor serving, coastal residential mixed use. There are 3 new mixed use designations. One I just mentioned, coastal residential mixed use, as the name suggests, with an emphasis on coastal oriented and visitor serving oriented commercial uses combined with housing. And then 2 other mixed use designations that are sort of like the medium and the high intensity versions, if you will, mixed use neighborhood and mixed use commercial. Mixed use neighborhood and commercial are applied to a couple of, or I think 3 different existing shopping centers, Park Mall, Eureka Square, and Pacific Manor Shopping Center, in hopes of trying to achieve some redevelopment and more active dynamism, if you will, with combining residential use with new modernized commercial uses. I think those are the notable changes for the council. One other item to keep in mind is that the current local coastal land use plan that's certified the 1980 version, as well as the current general plan, they have different uses intended for the quarry. And so this proposes a mix of conservation and visitor serving commercial for the quarry. And the city is seeking certification of the local coastal land use plan for the quarry area in hopes that it can obtain permit authority for that location. It's one of the areas of deferred certification that was not included in the 1980 certified LUP. I think, sorry, to note one other unique change, I guess it's two parts, but I'll talk about them together, is the creation of a new land use designation called transitional open space residential. The 1980 general plan, it has a number of different residential land use designations going from high density, which allows up to 21 units per acre, all the way down to what's known as open space residential. And that allows 1 unit per more than 5 acres. So there's no upward limit on that, but you need at least 5.01 acres, if you will, in that designation. This general plan would create a new designation, as I mentioned, transitional open space residential, or TOSR. It would require a minimum of 10 acres per dwelling unit in order to construct residential uses on parcels that are so designated. Aligned with that, those transitional open space residential designations are primarily in the peripheral areas of town that are undeveloped, steep slopes, heavy tree cover, not appropriate for intensive development from a public safety standpoint. Similarly, areas in our sphere of influence are largely similarly situated in terms of slope, tree cover, remoteness, difficulty of access, et cetera. And so the areas in our sphere of influence, which are outside of the city limits, but required to be in our general plan, those are proposed a designation called urban reserve. And that would also have a 1 unit per 10 acres land use designation. So trying to ensure that those areas on the boundaries of Pacifica, outside the city limits in unincorporated San Mateo County, those are assumed and identified for a very, very low intensity of residential development of at least 10 acres per unit.
Something I really like about this update is that we seem to accentuate our open space all the more than we normally do, and that's a value that our community seems to embrace, myself included. So it's really heartening that we took pains to really accentuate our natural environment to the point we can, and then really focus in on the places that are already developed to augment those opportunities and densify a little bit, so that those are the places that are already inhabited where we're really focusing.
Yeah, that's really a good point, Tiger. I appreciate you saying that, because I think there's often, I think the way I characterize it is that this general plan is catching up with the long standing philosophy and point of view of so many in our city, and so much action that has gone on over the decades. Mary and I attended this wonderful presentation of the historic developments over time, and when certain parcels were designated as permanent open space, and how that process came about, and to have it all presented to us in one sitting, because you kind of knew about it, but it really codified, or really encapsulated what is true of Pacifica. And I like that this reflects that, and that the plan is catching up and bringing us to current with where people are. And I just hope that we can find ways to elucidate that for the community, because I think the plan being dense, I think, we've had so many documents to review. So over time, as we're implementing, once it's approved, the more that we can kind of refer back to, with the new policy in the general plan update, to help drive and understand where that was actually codified.
Yes, and Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Beckmeyer, if I could just expand on that point. As we've mentioned, during the course of this hearing thus far, there's no single policy that's going to achieve everything the community wants, right? This general plan has a number of policies that all need to be combined and leveraged with one another. The land use element is a very important starting place, as well as the other, safety element policies, the policies about identifying potential new inclusions in the Hillside Preservation Overlay District. All of these need to be combined and utilized to full effect to achieve the council's desire for the community, right? Which is to protect our picturesque, high-value open space and slopes, and try to concentrate development in the areas that are already disturbed and where it makes the most sense to concentrate and leverage that activity as well. I can briefly share the change graphic that I was referring to earlier. Hopefully that'll provide some clarity as to what we're describing, but it is not showing up on my list of screens to share, so I might not be able to do that right now. Let's see, I'm gonna try one more time here. All right. Hopefully the council can see this graphic. Okay. So as mentioned, you see in the commercial realm here, we have a lot of new designations, and you'll see those sort of in the red hues throughout the town, where they're changing from the standard commercial designation to the multiple different commercial designations. The good news is you'll see all of these green areas. We have some new designations for public lands and those preserved open space areas, primarily in those shades of green. So you can see how much of Pacifica is in those categories. Those areas that are not green, because they're already in a designation that's in the current general plan, and so there's no change. You'll see these purple areas are where the mixed use designations are being proposed, mixed use center and neighborhood in the purple. And then you'll see the coastal residential mixed use in the sort of salmon color, if you will, focused predominantly at the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site and the other much smaller site immediately to the southeast. And then you'll see also in nearly all of our residential neighborhoods, no change is proposed. And so they're white, they're going to remain low density residential or whatever their existing residential designations are. And so really trying to preserve the core character and uses in those parts of the city as well. So a lot of focus in the areas that are already developed and a lot of preservation and protection of the areas that are existing residential neighborhoods and open space areas.
Christian, can you give me the figure number of that? No?
I don't know if it's a figure number in the general plan. Give me a second.
Yeah, I was looking for it, I didn't see it. So just make sure I didn't miss it.
Yeah, those land use designations are shown in figure 4-3.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. I know some of those colors were hard to delineate as well. Like, how many shades of yellow can you have? Okay.
I know we've talked about with the increased density in some of the areas, such as in West Sharp Park, ways of addressing views and view shed and terracing and that kind of thing. And I'm trying to figure out where that's reflected, or I know it will be in the zoning, but also just in this plan exactly where we may refer to that. And if we don't, is there a way to incorporate that?
Sure. So I think a lot of that specificity is in the Sharp Park specific plan. And so I think to the extent that we're going to discuss it here, it is relevant to the EIR being considered and the visual resources evaluations for that. Mm-hmm. So Allison, in a moment, can pull up some of the renderings to help show what work has been done and how those policies on paper might be transformed into the built environment to accomplish appropriate scale, avoiding overcrowding, avoiding boxiness, et cetera.
Yes, if you could give me 1 second to pull that up, I can show you where Visual resources in the Sharp Park specific plan were analyzed. My Adobe Reader has decided to give out on me, so I'm just going to go to, we'll open a Word doc real fast. Forgive me.
While Allison's doing that, I'll generalize, in the Planning Commission's consideration of the Sharp Park specific plan so far, and in relation to the Coastal Commission staff's comments, there are concerns about potential visual resources impacts and view impact, particularly from the increased building heights and so forth in the Sharp Park specific plan. As a sort of a preliminary matter, really the primary views that the city is obligated to assess and to attempt to protect are public views. So those views from public rights of way, public lands, public spaces. I think the beach, the pier, the promenade, all of the streets in Sharp Park, perhaps the library and elsewhere in the public realm. Attempts are made to try to be considerate to private views, but it's not always possible to protect every existing private view, particularly while trying to accomplish some of the other goals of the plan. But by and large, as will be explained in more detail when the council considers the Sharp Park specific plan, that type of intensification is really focused on the north-south Palmetto Avenue and Francisco Boulevard corridors. And again, attempts are being made to preserve the character and scale of the east-west neighborhood streets, the residential streets, to keep and to try to achieve that desired community character and scale.
Apologies. There's a chapter in the EIR called Visual Resources, and there are several figures that show what potential impacts of height could be. This is looking south down Palmetto, and the analysis shows that the impacts to the views here are not really that significant. We've also analyzed views from the Sharp Park Library and how even at 35 feet here, even down at the street level, views would be blocked with the allowable height. But with certain policies in the Sharp Park specific plan that require preservation of views, of step backs over a certain height, that more of that coastal view is preserved.
Good. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add, well, first of all, I wanted to echo with what Mr. Murdoch said, which is that a lot of this analysis is really being taken with the current Sharp Park specific plan review that we're doing. But I also wanted to mention that we talked about this when we were deliberating on this element. And I think where we had landed as a commission was that it was really important that the general plan kind of stay general, but have the policies that would allow for us to be conduits to making these changes via the zoning, not just in Sharp Park, but for all of the neighborhoods in the city. So we felt really good that there was policies like LU-I-19, which is a height limit policy, which means that in each neighborhood we'll study, and for each land use we'll study what those height limits should be. And then I mentioned previously the new policy, which is LUI-A, which is an FAR minimum. So again, making sure that as we move forward, we got that level of specificity as we were implementing the zoning.
And Mayor Beer, if I could just allow Allison another minute. We provided sort of the coarser scale, like neighborhood-wide view impact analysis that was done in the EIR, but some of the finer grained site-specific policies in the Sharp Park specific plan, we wanted to show a couple examples of what those are intended to achieve to preserve, scale and character and avoid adverse impacts from the intensification, building heights, et cetera.
So there is a policy in the Sharp Park specific plan about daylight playing, and that requires certain step backs from the rear to avoid any shadow on existing smaller scale residential that is adjacent. And then I can just kind of flip through and show how some of the step backs from the street, how they kind of minimize potential impact.
Did she freeze?
Yeah, I think we lost Allison for a moment.
Yeah.
I think she was explaining how the setbacks are intended to try to maintain that appropriate scale at street level and not to overwhelm the pedestrian scale at street level, while also trying to achieve some of the increased densities that we assess are necessary to achieve the vibrancy that's desired, more routine than just sort of peak tourism periods, but sort of a more continuous level of vibrancy. All right, well, I'll stop the screen share just in case Allison is frozen. All right.
Okay.
Okay, well, we received some ideas about on the map for figure 4.3 that I thought were kind of interesting. So I'd like to talk about those, please. The first one is the identification of a PDA up at the top of Fairmont. Is Fairmont a PDA?
There's what's known as the Skyline Corridor Priority Development Area, and it includes the Fairmont Shopping Center and some other lands in that area as well.
Is it possible to increase density there?
It is possible. I think we had envisioned perhaps doing that as part of the housing element process. As mentioned, this is sort of trying to formalize and finalize earlier work to create this general plan. That PDA came about relatively recently within the last couple of years. And so we didn't revisit what the potential would be for that, but certainly it should be visited, in my opinion, during the housing element process as potentially a key area in that sense.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we talk about it here today, acknowledge it, and actually want to do something about it so that it's super clear to our community. They were also talking about where the apartments fell into the ocean and that it's no longer medium density residential. And comment on that?
Sure, I think we could revisit that. I think, to my knowledge, those lands are still in private ownership, even though there's a process underway. And so, we could look at that. Additionally, I think, the development potential for those is unknown, given the coastal hazards analysis that would be required as part of a future project. But we can take a closer look.
Okay. All right, let's see, which one is this one? Okay, the other ones are in a different chapter, so I'm good with that map for now. Thank you. And so can you explain again about our decisions around the land use decisions around the Carlson field?
Absolutely. So that site, that property known as the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site in the draft general plan, not only has it been the subject of a lot of discussion and focus as part of the general plan update process, but also the local coastal land use plan process. In 2019 and 2020, when the City Council was considering approval of a new local coastal land use plan, they spent a significant amount of time focused on that single property. And they received a lot of community input, including input from the property owner about, a desire to ensure a reasonable, economic development potential for that site. A lot of discussion about potential hazards, including tsunami, sea level rise, biological resources, et cetera. Going into that process in 2019 and 2020, the site had the coastal residential mixed use land use designation, CRMU. And at the time, it would allow up to 15 units per dwelling acre in a mixed use. So some commercial component and up to 15 dwelling units of residential on that area. Given its size of roughly 5 acres, that would mean a theoretical maximum of 75 dwelling units, plus the associated commercial development. Hearing from the community, primarily, I hate to generalize the community input, but I think it's necessary to sort of keep this at the appropriate level for now in the summary form. So I think there was a concern that, intensive development of 75 units per acre and plus commercial was too much for the site. I think the neighborhood concern was that that level of activity would be disruptive. There was concern about only one way out of the neighborhood, and over intensification from a project there could frustrate emergency evacuation of the existing neighborhood. There were concerns about impacts to wetlands that may be existent on the site, and so on. And so a lot of the community input was to allow very, very low intensity of development, perhaps no residential development at all, and really focusing on a commercial recreational set of uses. I don't want to misstate what those potential uses would be, perhaps, but certainly things on the very low intensity realm, perhaps not including any permanent development, but some sort of series of low impact temporary or semi-temporary / semi-permanent type uses of the site. After much discussion and consideration, I think the council tried to strike a balance between reasonable development and protection of resources and minimization of impacts to the neighborhood. Where the council ended up was to keep the coastal residential mixed use land use designation, but the creation of a site specific policy, which specified that within that range, the density should be 3 to 5 units per acre, as opposed to up to 15 units per acre. And so then based on that site specific policy, the theoretical maximum would be 25 dwelling units plus the corresponding commercial use. And so that is where the recommendation ended up and was incorporated in the certification draft LCLUP approved by the council in February of 2020. And that's what's been carried forward through to this hearing in the draft general plan.
I'd like to suggest that we possibly look at lowering it to 1 to 3 units and see what y'all think about that. I know I'd mentioned it to Christian, and you were gonna get some information for me about what that would entail and what it would mean for other parts of the plan. So if you could go ahead and share that, that'd be great.
Sure. So I think what the council might be contemplating is to take it from a potential maximum of 25 dwelling units to a potential maximum of 15. And so we would sort of in our detailed deliberations at some point need to consider, is there a place where another 10 dwelling units could be identified in this draft general plan to ensure that overall the build out and potential in the plan is not going to be reduced from what is being considered here. We really, recognizing we're going to have to go from, 990 unit build out to, roughly 1900 at some point, every unit counts. And I think losing units at this stage would only make the challenge harder during the housing element update. So, redesignating another site perhaps to achieve that 10 unit capacity is something the council will need to go through.
Thank you. Councilmember Vadalas.
I'm going to disagree with that. We discussed it and discussed it and discussed it. This is a lowering already from 75 to 25. That property has been platted and drawn and with streets and could have at one point had over 100 units on it. I understand that the neighborhood doesn't like it, never will like it. I think if you lowered it to 15 houses, they still wouldn't like it. So I don't think that it's going to be possible for us to find additional units in another location. And that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Councilmember Vadalas. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been it's hard discussing that one lot. And it very honestly, and I've had this journey from, sitting in the audience to being a part of Planning Commission to being here now. And every step of the way, as I've gone from observing to active, it's really been difficult trying to properly address it and figuring out the right way to address it and figuring out what resources to put into addressing it and listening to all the community feedback and listening to staff feedback and deliberating with commission and council both at the same time. And back in, I I think it was 2019 now, when we had that joint study session between Planning Commission and Council. We had a robust discussion. I dove as deeply into the history of that lot through my questions as I could fathom doing in that time. And I walked away with a very visceral understanding that there was kind of this quagmiry disagreement between at some point a land use shift or a zoning shift to C2 from commercial recreation, and whether or not it was passed over by Coastal Commission or not. And I kind of walked away with this sense of there's potential that if left unchecked right now, maybe to the tune of up to 22 units per acre, it could be developed. And we need to address this in real time because that history is so murky. And after a robust deliberation between council and planning, we kind of walked away with that as being as happy a medium as the 13 of us could, or 12 of us, we might have been missing a planning commissioner, 11 or 12 of us could fathom in that moment. And it doesn't mean that it's necessarily a happy medium for the neighborhood. And I respect that to the point that I can after this very long process of trying to establish that happy medium between planning and council. And then after that, listening to the robust discussion that Planning Commission of today's time had regards that property, I'm as comfortable as I can be. And that's the caveat, is as I can be, because I think that it's an uncomfortable piece of land, no matter how I'm engaging it and discussing it. And this is as happy a medium as all of these discussions have seemed to be able to produce. And I kind of want to leave it there as it is in this moment, acknowledging fully that it doesn't mean that it's a settled issue, but that I don't want to poke it anymore at this point. And that's where I'm coming from.
Mayor Beer,
Member Beckmeyer, sorry.
Thank you. I would like to bring up a point that I asked about in a very general way. And Commissioner Hauser, if you have anything to lend on this, certainly Director Murdoch can help. In terms of the issue of transfer of development rights and its relationship to, as we've said, the EIR for this project, for this general plan is general and a program level, and any development of any kind that would need to be done in that area, on that property, in the coastal zone, I would imagine would need significant reviews. And so with regard to issues like ESHA, environmentally sensitive habitat areas, I mean to say, any kind of watershed areas or just impacts that would disallow or would constrain the development of a site any site at whatever the zoning would allow. What about transfer of development rights? Would that pertain to this property if it came to that?
Yes, Councilmember Beckmeyer. I think there's multiple parts, to my response to that. I think first, the transfer of development rights ordinance is one that there's already a policy in this general plan to revisit and to try to improve to make it more practical and more attractive to use. I think one of the components is what's the amount of density and incentive to actually transfer. The less base density that a parcel has, the less economic value potentially to that transfer to make it attractive to go through the legal and the city process to achieve it. So, having more units to transfer from this site might make it a better, more attractive candidate for that transfer to occur. I think I want to draw the council's attention to packet page 428. That's where land use policy I-29 is located. That's the site-specific policy I mentioned earlier for the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site. It's one of the longest policies in the general plan, and I think it reflects the amount of care that the city council has taken to this point, primarily through the LC-LUP update process. And it gets to the heart of the latter part of your comment and question, Councilmember Beckmeyer, about the evaluations required for some future project on this site. It specifically calls out a wetland survey. One parameter wetland survey is required by the Coastal Act to identify where all of those resources are located, as well as other geotechnical hazard assessments and an assessment of the Ocean Shore Railroad berm. And so all of those factors together have the potential to affect the amount of development that can occur. Certainly in a horizontal sense, where on the site development might be appropriate. In 3 dimensions, through height limits and floor area ratios and whatnot, et cetera, also combine to potentially limit the development capacity. So it's unknown, whether the site would be able to, develop at the upper end of that allowable range of 5 units, and whether it would be perhaps forced to the lower end, or whether it could even develop at all once all of those resource constraints are known and really does become an ideal candidate for a transfer of development rights to some other more suitable location. I think we won't know until such time as a project is coming forward and we get all of those resource studies completed. But I think, at this point, the council has found a balance in its mind coming into this meeting of 3 to 5 units per acre.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Yeah, if I may, I'll just piggyback on what Mr. Murdoch said. I think this document is set up really nicely for what Councilmember Beckmeyer just kind of set forward. So in addition to the page that I read out of the Pedro Point and Shelter Cove neighborhood requiring these, and the policy that Christian just referred to, LUI-29, there is a policy in the same chapter, LUI-15, transfer of development rights, which specifically talks about doing TDR in these coastal vulnerability zones. So my read of it, and I think our read as a commission, because we talked about this extensively, I think as was noted, is that there has to be an analysis to figure out if this is a vulnerable site. And then if it is, this TDR policy definitively applies to it. So I think that kind of encapsulates what you were looking for.
Yes, thank you. That was exactly what I was asking. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for talking about it. I knew it wasn't going to be a popular thing to bring up because I spend a lot of time like bringing things from over here to the moon, right? I do a lot of that all the time. And so I figure with this one, I just really wanted to try to push it down just one more notch. And so that's why I brought it up today. And I appreciate you engaging in the conversation with me. And we'll keep going. Somebody have something else in chapter 4? I have one question. About the below market rate program. Let me find what page that's on. Hold on. So this is like a big question too, Christian. So would it ever be possible for us to bring it from 15% to 20%?
Yes, it would. I think City Attorney Kenyon may have to guide me on the legal standards here. Okay. It's my recollection that there's essentially a presumption that 15% is okay in state law, and that at least up to 20% can be justified by a local agency, subject to appropriate study as called for under state law. And so it is an opportunity for the city to go above 15% potentially, but that would be a very focused process to conduct the proper studies and analysis.
I would really appreciate that and moving forward. We spend a lot of time also doing exactly what's legally required. And so, yeah. Michelle, hi, Michelle.
Hi. No, and I just Planning Director Murdoch is correct. I just want to emphasize, and I know that he said it, that there are findings and studies that we're going to have to prepare in order to do that. That's all.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hauser.
I just also wanted to bring the council's attention to the sentence we added in the below market rate program paragraph that says this program may be updated by ordinance from time to time, so that as council does make updates to the ordinance, this general plan doesn't in any way override it.
Can you please give me the packet page number? Do you have that?
I'm like going back and forth between.
I know, me too.
This one is every time I try to search the 4,000 page one, it crashes my computer. Mr. Murdoch, are you able to help me? It's
okay.
I'm looking for it right now.
Okay. Oh, here it is. It's 407.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I would really love to do that.
Totally agree with that.
All right. As I'm flipping through my notes, chapter 4, I don't think I have anything else for chapter 4. Do any of you?
I have a question for Vice Chair Hauser. In regard to LUI-40 and the park and ride, I can't remember what the final decision was, and I can't get the red line document open to check and see if there was something added to that. Can you tell me or remind us of what the conversation was around that particular location and any changes that may have been made?
Sure, and Mr. Murdoch can jump in and help me out here if need be. On packet page 429, you have LUI-40. We removed the words rezone the north side of Lindemar Boulevard, and we added as shown on the land use diagram. You'll notice as you go through this chapter, we correlated anything about sites back to the land use diagram so that there was really one overarching place where everything can be found. And then the big conversation that we had was about whether or not this area should be for overflow beach parking. And it was something we talked about for a while. We kind of came to the conclusion that it would be an underutilization for this to be overflow beach parking, but that we should explore a shared parking facility between the Lindemar Shopping Center and the Park and Ride. And that's what is recommended into the policy LUI-40 that I'm looking at right now.
Thank you.
That's right, Councilmember Beckmeyer. I think the theme from that Planning Commission discussion on that topic was it's such an important site. It's somewhat underutilized currently. And to do any one thing with it would be to deprive the value from some other use. And so in addition to ensuring shared use for potential overflow beach parking during peak utilization, it was recognized that it's really one of the few sort of transit opportunities that the city has that's ready-made, right? To combine park and ride with a bus facility with mixed use with potential overflow for beach access, as well as mixed use to support the Lindemar Shopping Center. And so it was recognized it has all of those assets and potential aspects to it, and trying to tie that policy together to reflect those opportunities.
Okay, anything else on chapter 4? All right, we're gonna go to lunch 15 minutes early. I'm hungry. Is that okay with everyone?
Sounds good to me.
Sue Vardalos?
When are we coming back?
Oh, 1:15.
Okay.
12:45 to 1:15.
Okay.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
jumping in here to chapter 5, circulation. Anybody have any questions or comments about chapter 5?
Actually, before we jump to chapter 5, I had a quick question about chapter 4, if I may. Christian, you might recall there was some sort of recommendation made to council about an MUN, or a council commission about an MUN shift. I think it was mixed use, or from commercial to mixed use, or I'm trying to recall. Maybe you already have a sense of. Okay, cool.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. The Planning Commission considered a request from a property owner of a property along Highway 1 on the east side between the Rockaway Beach and Ballymar neighborhoods to redesignate to mixed-use neighborhood from service commercial. The staff analyzed that and made a recommendation to the Planning Commission, and the Commission considered that and both sides of that potential land use change and recommended City Council approval of the change to mixed-use neighborhood.
Okay, was that incorporated in the changes that we have here?
So it's not currently shown in the maps of the land use diagram, pending confirmation of the City Council. To note, we did make the basically error correction change for the properties on Rosita and Adobe, given those were unintentional inclusions in the public, semi-public designation. But given it's really an actual option and choice for the council, we did not change the maps yet.
Okay, just want to make sure that it's included when we get there. Thank you.
Okay. Chapter 5. All right. So I know this, we've talked about this a lot, but I think a little more additional clarification is always good for our community. And so under the Manor Drive overcrossing, I'm trying to look at my red line. Can you explain? So in my mind, very simply, I'm like, why do we have to include, this project includes a new on-ramp? Or why, and can we just remove that statement without, I don't know. So it's just a question.
Sure. So I draw the council's attention to packet page 442. And there's a brief discussion, what is it, 2 sentences related to the Manor Drive overcrossing project. And it says the Manor Drive overcrossing is planned to be widened and coordinated. Signal control is recommended to be added at the intersections of Manor Drive with Oceana Boulevard and Palmetto Avenue. This project includes consideration of a new on-ramp to SR1 from Oceana and Milagro Drive. So the general plan needs to discuss those transportation and circulation network improvements that are currently being considered by the city and potentially constructed during the planning period. So that's why it's mentioned, to ensure that there's a fair assessment of those improvements being considered and what the impact would be relative to the circulation network and other aspects of the general plan. So this is just intended to be an objective description of what the project could be and what's being considered. And in fact, as you'll see on that packet page, the Planning Commission added consideration of to make it clear that it's not a done deal as to what the project would or would not include, but the on-ramp is one aspect of that being considered.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And Mayor Beer, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, and Public Works Director Peterson could probably also add to this in case there's some additional general language that would help. Part of that project and the work with Caltrans and the environmental review needs to look at different alternatives. And so it could say you could add potentially something to the language that says, we'll consider the on-ramp and other alternatives. I'd actually defer to Director Peterson if she's on to be more specific about that language.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so there are other things that have been being looked at and may not or may be feasible. And one of those is putting an on-ramp going southbound on Oceana onto Highway 1 at Paloma. And the other is a roundabout in that same area to prevent needing to have an on-ramp or looking at, I guess, maybe in the future, an on-ramp at Milagro. But those are just, some additional considerations that have been generally looked at by the consultant, AECOM. One of the things that I believe that City Engineer Bautista discussed previously with the council is that during this process, what Caltrans wants to make sure of is that all things have been looked at. Everything has been considered. What they don't want to have happen is to, put a bunch of money towards a project that ultimately does not rectify the problem. So that is their goal, and that is why they want these other elements to be looked at as well. And so it's at this point we're just looking at these different elements. One of the things that the Transportation Authority did allow us to move forward with was to say that this project could be broken into two parts. So you did not need to complete an on-ramp at Milagro along with the Manor Drive overcrossing improvements. So that was, I think, very helpful, especially for a lot of residents who are concerned about that on-ramp at Milagro.
Thinking about our community and how this in particular brought up a lot of fear in the community. And so if there are other things that are being considered by the consultant, maybe it would be helpful to put that language in there too, so it's not just this. Trying to put a buffer for our community so that they know that we hear them.
Yeah, and I think that maybe the language that City Manager Woodhouse recommended could be helpful because it just, allows for a broader spectrum to be looked at and doesn't really tie us down to anything in, particular.
I would appreciate that.
So in addition to the consideration of words that were already added, then Kevin, City Manager Woodhouse was adding and other considerations or something like that at the end of the sentence. Is that right?
Kevin, you want to respond to that?
Sorry, my mute button was laggy there. Yeah, I think there's a number of ways you could structure it. Let me pull up the language there. You could say consideration of a new on-ramp to State Route 1 from Oceana at Milagro and other alternatives.
Can we put it the other way around?
Yeah, consideration of
solve a problem. We're not necessarily sure what the right answer is. Let's take it from that point of view. So looking at considerations, including the off-ramp or something, you know what I'm saying? Flip it.
Yeah, you could say includes consideration of alternatives, including a new on-ramp to State Route 1.
Except you know me, I don't want two includes in the same sentence.
Well, I would just rather just not have that language in there at all. Just say alternative strategies or whatever. But Sue Bartlos, did you want to say something?
I know we've had a lot of complaints about this, but I can see the alternative of having that on-ramp as helping everyone. I'm not a traffic engineer, So I don't know what would happen, but I think it would alleviate problems that people think it's going to cause by getting people on the freeway faster and not backed up where they have to go up to Manor if they went on the freeway there. So as far as wording, I'd like to leave that there and study other alternatives also. But I'd like to leave it in there.
And Mayor, to your question about removing the reference to it, I think as Mr. Murdoch said, we want to be transparent about what alternatives are being analyzed, and that we're required to analyze that alternative as part of this project. So, and as Ms. Peterson said, there's other alternatives that have been analyzed. So, somehow being clear that this is not a decision about the outcome of this project, but being transparent about alternatives that are already part of the record, I guess, is the part of the goal in a general plan, discussion, right?
Thank you. Sue Beckmeyer.
We received a public comment, I think, in the packet. I'm sure there were other ones to this effect, but specifically that I was able to open this morning, that I believe was addressing traffic in general, traffic studies, forward looking in terms of our arena, how are we going to accommodate all this growth, those kinds of open-ended questions. You may be remembering the same public comment that I'm speaking of. And so I wonder if in this general plan, that's part of why we need to include these items, because we're talking about, in fact, the commenter commented about existing traffic issues on the highway and elsewhere, that they didn't feel the way that the study for traffic was done particularly addressed those concerns, let alone future growth. So my question is to Director Murdoch and to Vice Chair Hauser, where you'd have these discussions, Vice Chair Hauser, and also Director Murdoch, where you can point us to places that planned growth or future growth due to our arena is going to have this traffic analysis happening.
Sure. Thank you, Council Member Beckmeyer. So, for example, on packet page 444, the general plan analyzed a number of intersections, key intersections in Pacifica. It did not analyze every intersection for existing and potential future conditions under the general plan. But we used, for instance, the congestion management program intersections, the CMP intersections, which are part of a countywide transportation planning document, as well as non-CMP intersections, i.e. those that are more local, of more local importance. And it analyzed the existing level of service and future level of service projected under the plan, and indicated those instances where there might be degradation or continued underperformance of level of service at those intersections. It identified that there will be problems at some of these intersections, including current challenging conditions that may potentially be made worse. In this conversation, it's important to segregate, though, what we're analyzing and why. There was a long history of analyzing traffic and congestion and delay as part of the CEQA process. That is no more. Within the last couple of years, that standard has changed at the state level to what's known as a vehicle miles traveled, or VMT analysis. And as discussed in the EIR, we have challenges with achieving our VMT reductions given our land use pattern, our geographic location in the region, where jobs are located, et cetera. That's very challenging. But from an environmental review standpoint, delay and congestion and level of service are not directly applicable to the environmental review. In the general plan, there is still a standard for level of service in hopes of trying to maintain well-flowing and operating streets and intersections in Pacifica. But it's recognized that funding resources primarily are a constraint in the general plan to resolving some of those existing conditions. And so there are limits under the current and anticipated funding as to what can be done. And so the general plan just simply tries to acknowledge that and let that be known as a potential constraint or factor when considering land use and other policy decisions in the general plan.
Let me just elaborate, council member, that we did have a lot of that conversation. We spent a long time with Ms. Moore understanding the difference between VMT, which requires a statement of overriding considerations and level of service. One of the things that was helpful for us to understand as a commission was that the reason we needed the statement of overriding consideration for VMT was really relating to the fact that we don't have transportation like BART and Pacifica, and that's not something that's just going to change with our general plan. And that really feeds more into this kind of level of service versus VMT conversation. I think, Mr. Murdoch, it was also really helpful to hear at the Planning Commission level the two discussions about the signal on Hickey, which has been a big topic of conversation, as well as future projects utilizing the CEQA determinations that that this document used. I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on that.
Sure. So I'll address the first point and see if Ms. Moore can speak to the second point. So the general plan includes a policy that supports signalization of the Hickey and Gateway intersection. You know, that's a known point of traffic congestion currently. It doesn't operate at acceptable level of service during peak periods. But the general plan acknowledges that, you know, until resources have been identified to signalize that intersection, it will continue to operate at a satisfactory level of service. As far as the benefits of certifying the EIR, I think Ms. Moore, if you could speak to that, that would be helpful. Okay, well, she mentioned her Zoom is frozen. Mr. Hill, are you available? Otherwise, I'll address the point. So within the context of the general plan update and the certification of the EIR, as mentioned, we have a statement of overriding considerations that is indicating that the city is not able to achieve the target reductions of VMT. And so the city has that statement of overriding considerations to comply with CEQA and say, nevertheless, there are compelling public interest reasons to adopt the general plan and to certify the EIR. The good news is that provides some measure of protection for future projects that are coming in and may also, on a project level, confront those kinds of issues, given that the general plan EIR has established that. And so it's not a new impact necessarily unless there's a significant intensification beyond what was analyzed in the EIR. So it minimizes the potential for additional environmental analysis or additional significant overriding considerations for projects that are consistent with the general plan.
Christian, I was looking through and I didn't see, and I could have missed it obviously, but I didn't see much talk about micromobility, like electric vehicles. Is there? And I'm sure I missed it. And if not, can we add something in about it?
Yeah, so that was the topic of some discussion by the Planning Commission, and Vice Chair Hauser, I think, can speak to some of those points. We've tried to make some nods to that in the general plan, including promoting bike shares and other kind of like docked bike rental options and support for that. There is some more specific discussion in the Sharp Park specific plan on those topics as well. But I think there was attention, you know, with supporting, you know, the expansion and availability of those kinds of transportation devices, but squaring that with public safety in terms of the high operating speeds that they can sometimes operate at and the conflicts with pedestrian traffic, for example, that can occur depending on the design and the location of that use. And so the plan would support certainly those alternative non-vehicular modes of travel. And we could perhaps put more specific language about, you know, e-bikes, e-scooters, et cetera.
I heard the discussion in the Sharp Park specific plan on Thursday. So yeah, I think it would be a good addition, just like the micromobility term. And then on page 459, like right in the description, public transportation and transportation demand management. So we adopted the seamless, oh my gosh, I'm losing it right. Seamless transportation.
Principles.
Thank you. Is there somewhere where we can just add that in? Like
yes.
in that description?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Something totally minor, but it says the Visalia School District.
No.
And instead of Pacifica.
No.
Sorry, what page is that?
I couldn't find it in the red line.
Oh, maybe it got taken care of.
Maybe it got fixed.
It was under strategies to reduce school-related peak hour auto congestion.
Shoot, I had it a second ago. Now
I couldn't find it in the red line.
Okay, forget it.
But yeah, I noticed it in the other one. All right, anything else on chapter 5? Moving right along. I'm just making sure. All right, let's head into chapter 6 then. Open space. Anyone?
Okay.
Sorry. So hard to go back and forth. I have a question. The old Fairmont School was sold to St. Ignatius, and I've gotten quite a few notifications about that. And is that considered a park, or is that private property? I mean, I believe it's private property. It's no longer a school district property. So how do we determine that in the park section?
Sure, Councilmember Badalas. It is private property. It's not a public park. I think we have proposed to indicate that as a public, semi-public land use. So that would reflect that it has public use-like characteristics, but it's not a public public land use.
Question, I'm specifically looking at the some letters that were submitted. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say the names of the people who submitted letters, probably not. But there's like a whole bunch of changes in like language, like adding wildlife friendly to policy OC 128. And then talking about wildlife barriers. I know we've talked a lot about the wildlife barriers at Open Space Committee, and they're very concerned, especially at that intersection right there. So I would appreciate that. another one that they brought up. They brought the word a lot about the special status wildlife instead of endangered species. So does that, do changing those words make a big difference? And it's specifically in COG7.
So it does have different meaning. Endangered species are a type of special status species, but there are other classifications that are less threatened than endangered that also warrant special protections. And so I think we would want to look at the particular context to make sure that the meaning that's intended is included in that policy. I think specifically or is it OCG7 or COG7?
It says here COG7, but it might.
That would be a conservation element.
Okay, we're not there yet. Wait.
Could I ask for clarification on OCG4 and OCI-3? And so the implementing policy, I just want to make sure that those two are consistent with what we say in the narrative about school districts and not having an agreement. Or for, where did I read that? Oh, in the narrative under playgrounds, I think. No, not playgrounds. Wait, let me find it. School playfields, 6-4. I don't have the right packet page number for you. I'm sorry.
I believe it's packet page 479.
Thank you. So I know in the past we have had articulated agreements with the school district about the use of fields. It seems like OCI-3 is aspirational and forward looking to perhaps creating some kind of cooperative arrangement. But we're also stating that presently we don't have it. So I'm wondering if you feel like those are okay, or do we need to say anything more there to emphasize that? And I'm just going to tell you why I think this. I think this because in so many instances, we're serving the same public. And I always want to see where we can have those overlapping cooperative relationships. And I know there's a history to it, being clear about and articulating a maintenance of facilities. And so I realize it's not easy, it's complicated, but I'm saying, is there a way to make sure we're allowing for a possibility of working out those complexities in service of our community? And Vice Chair Hauser, was that an item? I can't remember if that came up in your deliberations.
Yes, so I think we did discuss it, and Mr. Murdoch, you can elaborate on this a little bit. We discussed it, and we added on packet page 501 an implementing policy OC-I-A year-round park use, and it says study ways to increase usability of city park facilities on a year-round basis. Seek park, beaches, and recreation commission input in the identification of preferred solutions. I think the more specific conversation on this pertains to the fact that there really isn't a lot of, there aren't a lot of places that have lighting after hours. So there was a lot of focus on how do we create an implementing policy that's broad enough to allow us to have those conversations and also allows us to have some of these other bigger conversations that you're speaking of.
Mm-hmm. I remember that now. Thank you.
And Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager, I guess what I would add to the question, if I'm hearing Councilmember Beckmeyer, what you're saying. I think the language that says explore joint use agreements is probably appropriate because, Pacifica is unique in that a lot of the playing fields are school district run. If you were to, in the future as a policy matter, want to enter into a joint agreement with the school district, that's implying some sort of operational capacity, which, for financial reasons is not done currently. So exploring them in the future is a flexible language for this policy if those other policy drivers or financial conditions were to change or what have you. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. But it suddenly flashed on another thing that I had. It's sort of an unrelated question. Well, it's not. It's related, but I'm not sure it's appropriate. Just say that. And it's really just, and if it's not, just go, yeah, not here, not in this conversation. But the issue is artificial turf. Is this something, I know it's a general plan, we're not doing a specific site plan or anything like that, but is there any commentary around that or anything the city specifically could or should be saying? Or is that handled at a different level? That's my general question on that topic, because it was raised to me and I honestly didn't have an answer for the person who brought it to my attention.
I guess my initial reaction would be that that's at a very detailed, different level. Obviously a complicated issue, both, financially, the cost of, and the decision, and who, whether it's the school district or the city and making that decision. It's a whole different policy level. I guess, Mr. Murdoch, I would say that maybe an analogy would be, we're not talking about in here the types of, repaving or street treatments that we're going to be using. And that would be an analogous thing about like the surfacing of play fields, right?
That's right, City Manager Woodhouse. I think an appropriate level of consideration for the general plan could be something like, depending on the nature of the interest, but for instance, explore use of artificial turf to reduce water usage and to simplify maintenance, assuming that was a true statement. There are maintenance trade-offs, for shifting to artificial turf. I think the Public Works Department would know more about that than the Planning Department, but as City Manager Woodhouse mentioned, there are trade-offs, but specifying turf at specific facilities is probably too narrow for the general plan. Supporting the use of artificial turf where appropriate broadly for some public policy reason, whether that's reduce water usage or whatever other reason, is an appropriate type of policy that the general plan could include.
Mayor Pro Tem? Or was Supervisor last page?
I think I was first on that one, yeah. And it's interesting because I was actually reading Councilmember Beckmeyer's comment in exactly the opposite way of where staff seemed to have taken it. And so I was thinking more in terms of my interest in plastics and why I would not want artificial turf used at city facilities. And given that perhaps an all-encompassing statement could be made in terms of all facilities all at once, perhaps this is the appropriate place to put a policy in about not using artificial turf, which bears greater discussion with the whole of council, but that's where my brain took it.
And that's where the question originated. So thank you for taking it there.
Yes, and Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, I think what would be helpful for staff is to understand what the rational basis is for that. What public policy objective are you trying to achieve through discouraging the use of artificial turf for play fields, for example, and whether that should extend to private landscaping, like on front yards, backyards, et cetera, and where that policy direction should be focused.
And for me, it's definitely an environmental and health question. And that's why I favor going away from that. And I also appreciate that there's the environmental concern of well, we don't want to water the grass during a drought. And that's the counterpoint to it. But I'm not sure about long-term health effects on people regularly using the turf. I don't like the idea of bringing more plastic into the environment than otherwise we're inclined to. And so that's my version of environmental concern in this instance, respecting the drought question, but also respecting not wanting to introduce more plastics and those kind of chemicals into our environment.
And I know Councilmember Vatterlas has her hand up, so I can wait to say something. Or
it's okay. Basically, I was going to say that it was actually the opposite, that someone was complaining about the artificial turf, but there are definitely two sides because we're not going to have water. So there are two sides to that. And if they're recycling old plastic bottles to make turf, might not be too bad. But also then in that same vein was the lights issue at an increasing use of playing fields and schools, et cetera, with lighting. But that may be not the right level here to discuss, but at some point we could discuss that.
what I was going to add is just again that the turf versus grass policy discussion is a significantly complex one that is more appropriately done at a project specific level. The council hasn't had the benefit of a robust analysis of all of the factors, some of which were mentioned. Others include extending, I know in San Francisco, the debate was, extending the time throughout the various seasons that fields can be utilized because there's insufficient number of fields. So that's another policy factor to support athletics and play. So again, I guess it would be challenging to have an overarching policy statement on one side or the other of this issue, that it's a pretty specific one.
Okay, the question has been answered. My question was, did we have anything in here? And my feeling is at this juncture, without the benefit of a robust study and looking at this, it's probably not something we would consider. I can't imagine language that we could insert at this point in time that would offer anything more than a banal statement like, evaluate it at the time that a project is brought forward, which is what we do anyway, right? And did you have something to add, Director Murdoch?
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. I wanted to respond to Councilmember Vatterlas's statement about park facility lighting. And so that is something that came up at the Planning Commission. And one commissioner in particular, was very interested in trying to, if we're unable to increase the number of fields available, ensure that they're available for expanded use, including all times of the year and hours of darkness, for instance. And so we had hoped not to venture into specifically prescribing lights for any specific facilities. That hasn't been analyzed in the environmental impact report, and there are potential environmental consequences of that. So we felt like the general policy that the commission came up with to explore further options would allow that analysis and study to occur when specific options were being considered for specific facilities in the future.
Thank you.
I have one. Packet page 486, OC-I-28. Can you add in wildlife friendly new overcrossing?
Yes.
Thank you. And then in OC-131, the third bullet point, Did that already happen? Replacement or rehabilitation of Highway 1 overcrossing between West and East Sharp Park?
Yes, it did.
That's great. It happened. And then there was a question, somebody asked me about figure 6.3, the coastal access. And it was pointed out that 3, 6, and 7 are no longer available as coastal access. Is that correct, or?
Three and 7, you said?
3, 6, and 7.
So I have not been to those sites in the very recent past. But to my knowledge, site number 3 is the Land's End. Excuse me, I think it may not be the Land's End.
You could just take a look at it.
Yeah, I think we can confirm the current conditions. What's important to note is whether or not they may be currently impacted, for instance, by coastal erosion, it may not eliminate the obligation of the property owner to restore such access. And so thinking about the 20-year planning term for this document, we'll just want to strike the right balance of accuracy and currency with the likelihood long-term condition of those sites.
Thank you, Christian. Councilmember Bartolo.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time flipping the screens. They should be side by side. There was talk in the open space about an overcrossing at Maury Point to Shell Dance, and I realize there's a trail through there, but there's so many places that we could use pedestrian overcrossings to take people to, like, for instance, the beach, which is trails and the trails there, the Crespi location, where many, many people cross the street all the time, instead of one at Maury Point where there's actually not parking or any access there to do a pedestrian overcrossing. Opinion.
My comment to that is, I think, and it was a while ago, a conversation, a meeting I was participating in with the mayor. The thinking was there potentially is parking there because Caltrans owns that land below Shell Dance. And so some kind of way, because sort of there's nowhere to expand to, and I know there's conversations happening with the Moose Lodge, but the intensity of use of Maury Point and the homes right there along that trail, and it was very exploratory, but the possibility of could there be an overcrossing or a different undercrossing or you know what, but that's piece of land that's on the east side of the highway is, to my understanding, Caltrans right away or owned by Caltrans. And so potentially offered the opportunity for parking, possibly. That's, I think, where that particular one came from. However, I do agree with your point about the busyness of crossing at Crespi over Highway 1.
It's getting all over the place.
I think the question I wanted to ask is, is there general support, with the concept of pedestrian overcrossings as a method of safely crossing the highway and reducing traffic congestion if those types of crossings need to be signalized? I could imagine, to the extreme, too many overcrossings would have perhaps a negative aesthetic impact in the community. And so, again, with so many issues in the general plan, trying to strike the right balance. And so it would help if there are areas where overcrossings are particularly favored or disfavored, so that we could try to get the policy language correctly adjusted to support those. Those can be very costly improvements and have a lot of complexity in terms of land ownership and all of those details. And so I think the city would want to focus its effort where the council would be ultimately likely to support those types of overcrossings and not in the wrong locations, for example.
To that point, I'm wondering how great the difference between an overcrossing at Valamar versus an overcrossing at Shell Dance, and if essentially one or the other or both are in the middle, rather than potentially both.
Right. You know, without the benefit of the full analysis, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, certainly the Reina Del Mar overcrossing, I think, has been contemplated for a while in the general plan, and I think maybe seen to have multiple benefits, not only for recreation, but for the daily school influenced traffic and so on in that location. And so I don't know how the council wants to find the right priority, but it has come up in the various general plan conversations in that context as well.
I mean, like if there's a pedestrian improvement along the Highway 1 right of way, maybe that would preclude the need for an overcrossing directly at Shell Dance because it's close enough to an overcrossing that could be at the Valamar that would kind of solve that problem.
I also think that it was mentioned in a different section because they're talking about wildlife corridors. So that was the main reason that we spoke about it at open space, was to create that corridor over to the point from the mountain.
I misunderstood. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to just add regarding the Maury Point area. In our conversations with Caltrans, our coordination with them, there's focus on signage directing to the undercrossing, which is not a wildlife solution per se, but more of a pedestrian solution that's in that vicinity.
I mean, we obviously know that the Crespi crossing is super dangerous and uncomfortable, standing on the side. So. Thank you for catching the data on the Pacifica School District enrollment. I see that the Planning Commission got that, so you're updating that data. So thank you for that. We love that you caught that. Very thorough.
Mayor Beer, I'm wondering if maybe to help, at least split the difference with respect to the overcrossing discussion for now, we could maybe do a better job on the diagrams of indicating the purpose of the existing or potential future overcrossings to place the emphasis on pedestrians versus wildlife or both, potentially depending on the nature and the location. And so we can take a look at that and see if we can be more precise at least.
That's good.
I don't have any other items in this particular chapter. I wondered if Commissioner Hauser, if there's anything that you particularly want to make sure we're aware of, or any conversation that I do remember a big conversation about hikers huts. And I feel like that language got changed to clarify the purpose.
Sure. So just a couple of things. I couldn't find it before, but regarding the water usage, I did want to point out that there was policy CO-G-5, which is in chapter 7, that's generally about water conservation. So we felt like that was kind of the general place that kind of guided that drought tolerant landscaping idea. And then I know that we talked about that more specifically on Monday and Thursday in regards to the specific plan. as in regards to the hikers hut, that language was clarified the way that we had asked for it. I think what we wanted to do was make clear that these were that there were certain facilities available for people utilizing the trails. So adding info and graphics to show where bathroom facilities were, adding additional information on what these hiker huts were to make sure that this wasn't something that was utilized as like a sleeping quarters, but something that was really a facility for when you're hiking, a place to have a rest. And so those changes were captured accurately, and I appreciate what staff did because there was a lot of conversation about this, and for them to encapsulate it so clearly was really helpful.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, can you take a look at the library section? Because it looks like maybe the hours, it lists the hours. It says 60 hours of service per week, and it's on packet page 497. I just didn't know if that was accurate now or not. Packet page 497. Hey, Kevin.
Hi there. Yeah, I'm scrolling to that. We're currently under an expanded library hours pilot.
Yeah.
With the library JPA. And just looking for.
I'm
yeah,
just say that.
So that.
Oh.
Yeah, that statement is not accurate under our current pilot. So we could, I don't know, Mr. Murdoch, what would be the most appropriate for the general plan? I mean, you know, and the hours could change in the future as well.
Prescribed amount.
Well, I think the philosophy, if I might, is to provide as much access as possible. And in some instances, that isn't necessarily opening hours or, you know, necessarily daytime opening hours. It can be through various means with automated services. It can be, you know, book vending machines. There's lots of strategies that libraries use for giving people access to their collections. So if the goal is to have a general policy statement about supporting maximum access to library resources, I think that we should say that and not necessarily pin it down to specific hours, because it is a moving target. We've seen it change so many times. You know, when we used to have different hours with the JPA and shrink and contract and grow. And so it does change frequently in terms of opening hours. Did you have anything to add to that, Council Member? Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, I know you've been attending JPA meetings and such with or in place of Council Member O'Neill.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in audience while Councilmember O'Neill's been taking helm, but in general, things do kind of seem relatively in flux regularly during COVID time. And so it's hard for me to, unless you want to put something in there about, it's not going to serve us well, I think, in perpetuity to put that things are changing. That's what amendments are for, right? And so if there's something to nail down right now, great. But otherwise, I'm comfortable with that only because we're not where we know where we land yet, if that makes sense.
Right. If I could offer to the council, first on packet page 501, there are two policies related to libraries, OCI 60 and 61. What that narrative in the general plan is trying to do is just describe the current condition, right? Is sort of the baseline for the analysis and policies to improve where necessary. So I think what we can do is perhaps reflect that the city is currently under the expanded pilot program, but historically hours have fluctuated as resources have permitted through the JPA, something along those lines to explain it's not fixed and it goes up and down. And then the council can consider whether they feel like a policy to support some type of library services is appropriate, either in place of or as a complement to the two policies that I mentioned on packet page 501.
I can't open that document right now. I'm looking at the regular plan. Does OCI-60 say a single library learning center?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
I don't think we should be saying that. That's not the policy that we're pursuing at the present based on community feedback. So I think we need to make sure we look at that and possibly, or not possibly, definitely take that word out and maybe look for ways to expand the oomph of this particular implementation policy. Because, of course, we're hoping to have a new library in Pacifica. I'm going to go out on a limb and say before we redo this general plan next time. I don't know. So I feel like, I think maybe to your point, Mayor Beer, do we need to say more about libraries in here? Is that kind of where you're going? I mean, we do have a long piece in the narrative.
I mean, I am glad you caught the single, because I just read that too. So, I mean, that part's important. I just was curious what you thought.
And I'll point out on, in the narrative, there is a paragraph that talks about the library's two branch library system that the council directed in 2017. Yeah. That's on packet page 498, the first full paragraph that starts with in March 2017. It says in January 2018, council selected 2-branch library system strategy, 1 large full service branch at Sharp Park and 1 smaller self-service open access model branch at Sanchez.
Yeah, so we would want the guiding policies to match that.
Yeah.
On page 4, wait, I'm sorry, did someone else have their hand up? No? Okay. On page 499, there's a paragraph about the Boys and Girls Club. So, we've had some changes with our Boys and Girls Club. And so I don't know how we can reflect that, because we have a standalone club now. Or maybe just different language, just so it shows that. I don't know. What do you all think?
Well, I mean, with its current, as I understand it, we're still North Coast County or North County Boys and Girls Club, right? North San Mateo County Boys and Girls Club. It's still called that. The legal entity that operates those facilities in Pacifica. So I think having the opening sentence about national organization and all that is accurate. At least at this point it is. I don't think that's changing anytime soon, is it? Right? So it's just a different operating model that they're doing than what it was before. We still have 2 schools. I think everything in the paragraph is still accurate, but are you looking for more of a supportive kind of statement or something? What is it that you think needs to be?
Maybe just because we're going to need more local support for it moving forward. So I didn't know if we just wanted to change something. So
okay, well, I think in the last sentence in that paragraph, there's an opportunity to add another phrase, because it, at least the one I'm reading, says the cost to join is nominal and program fees are low. However, blah, 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 about community support to ensure longevity of the resource, the necessity of the resource for Pacifica's youth. I don't know, words to that effect. Maybe introduces the notion of the community support piece, right? Because what you so often see, and I think, frankly, many of the parents involved with Boys and Girls go I pay this fee, I get this thing, right? The National Boys and Girls Club helps me. And we're not going to be having that level of support going forward. As I understand it, at least as it's emerging, there's going to need to be more community involvement. And I think that's what the mayor's trying to get to.
Yeah, and if folks don't think that that's necessary, I mean, I just wanted to make note.
I'm kind of reading it in relation to how Pacifica Resource Center blurb talks about where their money comes from. And so there's just comparing the two and seeing where there's language.
It's a little awkward because it's just literally emerging right now, you know. But we know that the standalone aspect is in place.
Yeah, that's not going to change.
It feels like it's accurate as is, though if you want to put something about community support, there's no particular reason not to.
So, Waddles, what do you think?
I think we can leave it alone. I think that, you know, if they're going to change it and the fee's not going to be nominal anymore, if people are going to have to do fundraising to make it so that it can stay in business, the fee will probably still be nominal. So what we've said is accurate for current. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, I hope I didn't space out and miss something that you may have just said. When we were at the very beginning, at the outset, I think in chapter 1, you were talking about services and leadership opportunities for youth. And I wonder if you already just a minute ago addressed that point and I missed it, or if you think there's an opportunity in the section that starts services for seniors, youth, and families, right? This very section that we're looking at, is there an opportunity there or does it belong somewhere else?
No, I think there's an opportunity there. I'm just trying to find it. Well, there's youth programs. Is that what you're talking about? OC 162? I mean, OCI 62?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You had specifically mentioned
leadership opportunities.
Yeah, that's why.
Continue to support the city's youth and teen programs and leadership opportunities and seek funding. Yeah, if you could just add that in, that'd be great. Thank you.
I have in my notes from chapter 1, you had specifically mentioned, as I noted, in the city's organization. Did you want to be that specific in policy OCI 62 or allow it generally to support leadership opportunities for youth?
I just put generally, it's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're done with chapter 6. We're doing really good. On to chapter 7. Unless, Sue, do you have something else to Beckmeyer?
I do, because I don't have attachment C. I can't get it to open. It keeps crashing. So can you please tell me, Mayor Beer, what OCI-58 says in your version?
I can. The Civic Center?
Yeah.
Periodically assess the functionality of the renovated City Hall and Civic Center to long-term needs.
Brilliant.
to determine if they meet the city's long-term needs.
Got it.
That's the planning commission. Yeah.
Thank you, planning commission.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, on to conservation.
Madam Mayor, before we move on to conservation, I was reviewing my notes from the beginning of the meeting, and question for Christian. I should have caught it back in the 5th section. In the beginning of the meeting, you were talking about a series of planning commission items that didn't quite make it, and you were letting us know that they should have made it but didn't quite. So did you want to go over those as we go through these, or are you just saying them so that we could give you a blanket, yes, please include them all? Because I was going back to the map 5-4 with the restrooms, but I wasn't sure if I needed to do that as we go along, or if it's just kind of assumed we're going to go along with it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. What I had suggested in my recommendation is that the council go through its own questions and deliberations on the document. Then we could revisit those additional suggested revisions and then those indicated in the staff report for final confirmation. I'm happy to take them in whatever order, but it may be a little hard to sort of just plug them in as we go. And perhaps after getting through here and having the familiarity of the chapters, it may be easier to just sort of go down the punch list. So yeah, that fits with what we talked about and understand.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Mayor Beer, are we on to chapter 7?
We are on to chapter 7. I was just searching my notes. Definitely have some, so.
I've got low-hanging fruit.
Awesome.
This is the place where it would be appropriate to stick in that edit that Mr. Harris recommends on page 544. And I think it was just a matter of inserting an and to say golf course and clubhouse as historic.
On packet page 514, COI-11, could we add a bullet point to talk about runoff capacity management? The person who suggested this, it just makes a lot of sense to me because we're looking at the springs in Rockaway Beach. So I think having a paragraph about it is going to be important when we are trying to address things like that. Ensure that new developments do not cause flooding for communities downstream. I mean, I don't know if you want to use that exact language, but just to something around runoff capacity management would be a good idea.
Mayor, can you give me that policy? Are you saying COI-11? Which policy? Did Mary freeze up? Did anyone else here, is that COI-11?
Yes.
And in terms of runoff management capacity, there's a lot of different references in here to regional board BMPs and our NPDES permit and such. And I think those capture, in a more technical sense, perhaps what the mayor was referencing, but she's no longer able to comment on that. She'll have to sign back in. And Director Peterson may be able to offer some insight into that as well.
City Manager Woodhouse, I'm happy to speak briefly to that point. I think it's fine to add that additional clarification. I don't know that it would be inconsistent with any of the other policies. There are already requirements through the countywide stormwater discharge permit, the municipal regional permit, or MRP, for certain project types to comply with stormwater treatment and drainage design. There are projects that are common in Pacifica that are below that threshold. And so it may be relevant to have the general plan support those types of projects, also appropriately managing their runoff and designing to an appropriate storm type, for instance, to ensure that we're not missing any projects below the threshold. For instance, single family residential projects, which are formally exempt from the more intensive stormwater treatment requirements, but are perhaps the most common project type in Pacifica.
And the mayor's computer crashed, so she's getting another one and will be back with us in a minute. So it sounds like we can work that general language into this policy. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, would you like to take over while the mayor signs back on, or does the council want to take a break? Or
I can't take this much pressure. No, I think a break is probably a good idea, as we're probably going to already have to restate that for Mary when she comes back. And as much as I'd love to continue going forward, I think it's better to wait a moment while she reconvenes with us. So let's take, I don't know if you got any kind of a sense of what sort of time she's on. Let's say a 3-minute break. 5 might even be too much. Let's take a 3-minute break and come back, and hopefully our mayor has rejoined us.
Great.
Recording stopped.
I'm glad it's not just me.
Yeah, we lost Allison for a minute as well earlier. So Mayor Beer, before the technical difficulties, you were suggesting, in addition to policy COI11 related to runoff capacity management.
Yeah.
In the interceding minutes, looking more at the policies we have, there are a number that address similar aspects of this, but I don't know if any of them quite get to that. And I'm not sure that that policy is necessarily the best place to put it in. And so what I might suggest is maybe a new policy. And the reason for that is the city has had a practice for some time of requiring new development for all project types, single family and above, to address their storm drainage design to mirror the pre-development conditions so that it's not contributing. I think that's the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
But we don't, as of now, have a clear policy in the general plan or in ordinance to require that. And so I think this would help formalize that and indeed achieve your desired outcome as well in a more precise way that doesn't quite fit with some of these other storm drainage related policies that are currently in the draft.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question on guiding policy CO-G-5. And is that language, does it still have the italicized portion that says at the very end, and development of a system to use recycled wastewater? So we've already developed that system, have we not? Director Peterson, can you comment on that? It seems like maybe expanding it. I'd sure like that. Looking for additional partnerships with North Coast County Water or Bosca or somebody, that kind of thing. But it feels like the way this paragraph reads, it hasn't happened yet.
Yes, thank you for that. And if you could help me, I'm having some issues finding, where we are currently in this document. Oh, I think I just found it, GJS5.
It's under on the first page of policies.
Yeah, I think I did just find it. This is the water conservation.
Yes.
Yes. Did you require this data?
And Director Peterson, to make sure you're in the correct version, it's on packet page 512. You could find this in two different places in the document. That would put you in the red line version that we're working through currently.
Okay, yeah, I've had some issues with that, having that huge document, it keeps crashing. So I think that's what I'm in. Yeah, so anyway, we definitely, well, of course we're working with North Coast County Water District right now, of course, with our recycled water. And that's something that we have the purple pipe in certain locations and currently is being provided at a number of locations that we are irrigating and are continuing to move forward with that program. So I think
I would like to suggest that where it says development of a system to use recycled wastewater, if that's what it still says in the red line, we say something like maintenance and expansion, or maybe expansions to, it's certainly my aspiration. I would sure like to have recycled water going other places to be used for irrigation.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, I agree with you that COG5 needs to be updated. If you look at packet page 516, there's an implementation policy on that point, and it does talk about implementation and expansion of the water recycling project. So it recognizes it's currently in operation, but also that expansion would be desirable. So I think using expansion in the guiding policy would also work. And again, that's on packet page 516.
So just expansion, replace development with expansion in the guiding policy, and that brings it more in alignment with the part I can't find. Packet page 516. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Perfect.
I have one on packet page 527, COG-10, when it says trees. I know we're currently working on our tree plan, right? Well, we had a heritage tree policy, and now we're looking at our urban forest. I'm not saying it right, but I feel like we can beef this up a little bit to reflect the work that we're doing on our trees. That makes sense, Christian?
Mayor Beer, I think I would need to understand more about how we would improve that policy. I just want to also point out on packet page 531, there's a specific policy about heritage trees as well. So you might want to consider both of them in making your recommendation. And the Planning Commission specifically added that red line to consider a canopy goal for heritage and non-heritage trees as part of the heritage tree ordinance. So that might be the beefing up that you were imagining. I'm not sure, but
yeah, I just need reference to the work that's going on, because we are going to have some much more guidance around our trees. So thank you, Planning Commission, again. Awesome.
This is why you hear so few questions coming out of me as we go along, is because I followed along with the Planning Commission hearings, and after going through a dozen hours of that, I can't imagine any more questions to come to my mind. And thank you so much, Vice Chair Hauser, and the entirety of the Planning Commission. You all did a remarkable job, and I'll leave that there for now.
Yeah, it was really amazing to watch all the meetings.
Mayor Beer, I have in my notes a council member had started talking about COG7 on packet page 527. So I just want to see if anyone had that in their notes so that we could address any concerns.
Yeah, let me find it really quick. Hold on one second.
And to your earlier comment about endangered versus special status, this is an example where multiple of those terms are used: threatened, endangered, and other special status species. So it shows how there are different classifications, if you will, of the status for each of those species.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, perfect, great. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Beckmer, do you see anything else for Chapter 7?
No.
I know we've been doing work. Well, we had the Stanford young people come and talk to us about EV stations, and we might want to add something in about that. On the old version, it's a COI-54. We can add it into the climate action plan for greenhouse gas emissions. If that's the right one in the red line or not.
Yeah, if you would just allow me a minute to try to find
And Samantha, did the planning commission talk about that? I'm sure they did.
We did. It really came to fruition on the park and ride discussion where we added a requirement that EV charging, put it on that site specifically, exceed the state and local municipal code requirements. But we did talk about it as a whole as well and how important it was.
And Ms. Moore, confirming we have a mitigation measure in the EIR as well related to electric vehicle installations?
That's correct.
Christian, I was looking at packet page 540 CO 154. Just including it in the climate action plan.
Okay.
Cool, thank you.
I was just looking over the section about wildlife movement corridors because we were talking about that earlier. It seems like it came up in the open space area that we were discussing formerly. I just want to make sure that we did get feedback on this from Fish and Wildlife or somebody. And so I just want to make sure that all of those points were captured and if there was anything else we needed to check in about.
Right, so on packet page 549, there's a new policy that the Planning Commission recommended to include in the general plan about wildlife movement corridor study. And Ms. Moore also made reference to that in her initial presentation. And so the city did receive a comment from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife suggesting a 12-month wildlife movement corridor study prior to adoption of the general plan, given the impact that would have to the city's timeline, as well as the city's limitations in individually being able to undertake what's really a regional type of study. We felt like this was the best balance and a policy approach, and the Planning Commission supported that to participate in a regional or sub-regional study when funding is available and when the appropriate expert agency can guide that process.
Right. Thank you.
Well, I don't see anything else for me in chapter 7. Anybody else? All right, then we're going to move on to chapter 8. Or safety elements.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Safety, the thing that jumps out at me, and I know there's more than one place in the general plan that it's probably appropriate, but the one that, we've been hearing about a lot, and I just want to have us discuss one more time, is the fire hazard maps, the appropriateness of the maps in what should be included in the general plan update. And if that weren't enough, then also an update and a reminder about the specific use of data for the landslides and the debris flow maps, if you would, please.
Certainly, Councilmember Beckmeyer. So first off, with respect to the fire hazard maps, those are shown on packet page, or that map rather, is shown on packet page 615. And this map reflects the adopted state maps of fire hazard zones, being high and very high fire hazard zones. And it indicates that there are only very high fire hazard severity zones on the final adopted map just outside of the city limits in the sphere of influence. And we have checked and rechecked with CAL FIRE and spoken directly with staff there to validate that the general plan does include the appropriate final adopted maps of very high fire hazard severity zones. So we feel confident that that information is accurate and appropriate to be included in the general plan. I think it's important not to confuse where those zones are mapped on an official map, given those zones have specific regulatory impact, not to confuse that with wildfire risk, which is a different issue. And so, we've acknowledged that wildfire risk does exist in Pacifica, and it's not eliminated at the city limits simply because the adopted maps do not show it. And so what we've explained is that there is an existing framework of regulations already that sufficiently address wildfire risk in Pacifica. And we can revisit the adopted maps when the state releases an update to those very high fire hazard severity zone maps, which we expect within the next year and hopefully by the end of this year, potentially. And that should be an opportune time for the city to revisit the fire hazard information and, if appropriate, depending on what the maps show, amending the safety element at that point in time in reliance on the expert maps prepared by the relevant responsible state agency. Just briefly, those existing legal provisions that would ensure that the city adequately addresses wildfire hazard include the California Building Code and the Wildland Urban Interface standards that the building official can require to be met with a site-specific assessment of potential fire risk. And that fine of grain of analysis could easily be missed even in updated fire maps. And so that's a tool that the city has to ensure that construction of projects is undertaken safely. Additionally, the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, for projects that undergo environmental review includes as a component of the analysis potential wildfire risk. And so those are two important components that are in practice, regardless of whatever is in the general plan. In relation to landslide maps, as mentioned in my initial presentation, we have taken the public feedback very seriously and tried to make diligent efforts to engage with the Department of Conservation and specifically the California Geologic Survey staff at that agency, including Dr. Frost, who has provided comments on the EIR related to the maps and the analysis. There was a critique of the landslide inventory map that was included in the May 2022 package taken to the Planning Commission. That map was in fact prepared with data provided by the California Geologic Survey. Subsequent to us using that to create the map, they indicated they thought that there was an error in that data. And so they provided us revised data, which informed the revised map that's in the council's packet. And so we have had an iterative process with the state to use all available data that they have as the expert state agency to prepare a map of historic landslides in Pacifica. We also took feedback from the public and from the California Geologic Survey to revise the debris flow maps. Debris flows being a different kind of geological or geotechnical hazard, distinguished from the more sort of deep-seated landslide mass movement issue. And we've prepared a map that's also in the packet for the council that shows those debris flows that were mapped historically in Pacifica. Both of those provide a different perspective and dimension of the geologic risks that exist in Pacifica. While the hillsides are beautiful and scenic, they are also potentially hazardous. And so those maps reflect past incidents that reflect the hazard. Importantly, you need to draw I need to draw your attention and the public's attention to packet page 583. So while those other maps of the landslide inventory and the debris flow show historic incidents, the past is not always a predictor of the future, right? And so it shows that geologic incidents are prevalent in Pacifica, but really what figure 8-1 on packet page 583 shows is just how much of the city, almost all of it, that's mapped in an area of seismic hazard. And so what those mean between the landslide zone and the liquefaction zone is that those are hazardous areas that the general plan would require to undergo site-specific geotechnical investigation in order to demonstrate that development could safely occur in accordance with accepted geotechnical engineering principles, such that the development could be safe and not present a hazard. So whatever formulation of map that one might be able to create to show past geotechnical hazards, landslides, debris flows, what have you, maybe it includes all of the landslides or maybe some are missing. They all point to the same place, which is what figure 8-1 already accomplishes, which is that to develop in those zones, site-specific geotechnical investigations will be required to demonstrate that those hazards are mitigated satisfactorily and that development can occur safely. So we think that in combination, we have the safeguard of figure 8-1 triggering those site-specific investigations, while also informing other decision-making potentially about land use or circulation or other public policy decisions based on additional information about historic occurrences of landslides and debris flows.
Christian, there was a suggestion to have something refer back to the 1982 documents. I know I asked you about that on our meeting. Could you talk about that, please?
Absolutely, Mayor Beer. So as many know, the city experienced a series of severe storms in the early 1980s, I believe 1982 and 1983. Regrettably, those caused significant landslides, property damage, and loss of life. And so the city undertook a focused process as a consequence of those storms to study landslide risk in Pacifica. In my opinion, those risk factors, were driven in part by the massive subdivision of the hillside areas in Pacifica, much of it prior to the California Environmental Quality Act, and more modern subdivision and land use planning principles that would require assessment of those hazards and appropriate mitigation measures. And so the consequence of that was those hazards manifested in a very concerning way. So the city undertook a comprehensive geotechnical assessment through Howard Donnelly and Associates. They prepared a report, and that consequently triggered a 1983 safety element amendment. Much time has passed since then. The science of geotechnical engineering and environmental review has advanced. And so while that's helpful information, it's not necessarily the information that should guide the city for the next 20 years. But I think it's relevant to put it in context that the city has taken geotechnical and geologic hazards seriously over time, and to put reference and, if possible, a link to that prior work so that it can continue to be a resource to the extent that it's relevant to the science and the policymaking decisions of the future.
That would be great. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Planning Director Murdoch, for that extensive analysis of our maps. I mean, first of all, just looking at that map, figure 8-1 on packet 583, it's humbling to see that basically all Pacifica is in a landslide zone. And that sobering note leading into the necessity of site-specific analysis pretty much anytime someone builds anywhere near a hillside, of which Pacifica is predominantly. So that's just a sobering note. So thank you for going through so much detail. Thank you for all the work you've put into making sure that these maps are as accounted for as they possibly can be. I might need you to go over the fire stuff with me again briefly, because I was digging through my notes. I'd meant to dig through these notes earlier and then didn't find the time. And so I was going back through the notes of when I attended that wildfire conference on the 19th and 20th of April, because I remember specifically one of the presenters saying that it's really important to go over fire hazard maps with the community, because oftentimes there's something that gets lost in translation between those who are reviewing them professionally and the community trying to make heads or tails of it. And specifically, they were talking about the difference between hazards versus risks, and how on a technical level, that's a big differentiation between how the professionals are reading the hazard maps versus the risk maps. And again, I know that you spoke to that a little bit as I was rummaging through my notes, and because I split my attention, forgive me if you feel the need to go back over that one more time. I also see that Deputy Fire Chief Sean Kavanaugh is here, and it might be an interesting and useful exercise if our professional here with us today would like to go over hazard versus risk maps and why at the end of the day this CAL FIRE map is the one that absolutely is the appropriate map for us to have in our general plan. Thank you.
Welcome, Deputy Fire Chief Kavanaugh. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I didn't know, Christian, if you had anything you want to start with that, and I can go.
Please go ahead, Chief.
So the hazard maps, a couple things that take place with the severity zone hazard maps. You have flame lengths models that are used. You have topography, weather, burning conditions that are used, ember cast. That's some of the stuff that is used to predict some of the risk and values as they look at the maps and they move forward.
You just muted yourself.
Oh, sorry about, I had an issue there. Sorry about that. I apologize.
Go back a couple sentences.
Yes, yeah, I was talking. You guys weren't. I apologize. As I said, those are some of the things that are used through the state to actually look at areas and develop what is a very high severity zone or a high severity zone when it comes to SRA, state responsibility area, and the LRA areas, which is our local responsibility areas, which we have. Obviously, San Mateo County and Pacifica is surrounded by SRA lands. Majority of SRA lands are always going to be in that high to very high severity zones throughout the entire state. If you go onto the Office of State Fire Marshal under CAL FIRE, there's a site that's called the FRAP maps, and that's what the maps are used, and that's where you can pull up for all the counties, the very high and the high severity zones and how those get done. Right now, I think it was brought up from Acting Planning Director Murdoch that the state right now is doing a review of all the maps. I think the last time they were done, these are off of 2008. They're doing the SRA portions of all the maps now in those reviews. And then next will be the LRA, which will affect the local areas such as Pacifica. We get the opportunity, once the state comes out with those recommendations, we get the opportunity to review those maps and have our input as a community and as agencies to what we feel is right based on some of those criteria. Another one of the big things that is used, just for your guys' mind, is they also look at fire history. Correct. So if you pull up those FRAP maps, if you can go onto that website and look, if you pull up the entire state, what is in red under LRA, there's a box you can click for LRA, which is local response area. You can see throughout the entire state, there's not a lot of high severity zones surrounded if you take the entire state of California under local areas. Obviously, the eastern foothills of the Bay, there is, obviously down around Southern California, because you're talking about the fuels, the history, the type of the weather there is that can be used or that attributes to some of the fire growth. The other thing that is important for the public to know is these maps doesn't say that there's not potential for fire history. That's not what this is about. There's always the potential for fires to occur, especially anywhere in the Mediterranean climate in California. We have the potential. We have the potential in Pacifica. We have the potential with, given the right weather, we have the onshore breezes, we have some slopes, you have dry fuels, the potential is there. These maps are not saying that's not what can occur. There's always a fire potential there, and we address those potentials.
Thank you so much.
And I live in Ballymar, and so we are surrounded, right, by trees and open space, brush, and I know many of my neighbors are super concerned about that. And so when they see these maps, they don't understand, right? Yeah. And so the simpler that I can get that information to them, then the better I can make them feel, because they want to make sure that our general plan is going to keep them, help keep them safe from fires, right?
Correct. Yeah, and I think it's important. We just held our wildfire preparedness event here a couple weekends ago, and with the staff down there, that was one of the things that we were talking is when the maps were brought up, it's not saying there's not a potential. That's not what this is. And it's very important for that education and for us to have that out there into the public. That's not what we're saying. There definitely is. I will say on a benefit though, one of the benefits we do have about being on the coast is in that area is, we have fog, we have high humidities in the summertime. That all helps prevent rapid growth. But like I said, at any time you get the right weather in the right conditions and the right start, there is that potential. But you look back over the history, we're very, very lucky with some of that, some of the weather we have, but it can change.
Mayor Beer, I'd like to draw the council's attention to packet page 618. There are a few policies there that I think really speak directly to this issue. The first being SAI 94, development review. So ensuring that development proposals incorporate appropriate fire mitigation measures, including adequate provisions for evacuation and access by emergency responders, and vegetation clearances that do not impact ESHAs or wetlands. The next policy, 95, reflecting coordination with North County Fire Authority in the permit plan review of new buildings in potentially fire-prone areas. Again, not limited to very high fire hazard severity zones, but requiring that assessment and that judgment based on the site-specific conditions. So, and then lastly, Policy 98 on that same page, promoting vegetation management to reduce the urban wildland interface fire hazards through public education and fuel reduction projects. So this general plan does include information about and policies to support mitigating those risks.
Really appreciate you being here today, Deputy Fire Chief. Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for the Fire Chief? No? Okay. Thank you again for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Christian, I know, I think I'm starting to get tired. But did you mention, because there was concerns or questions about the 2014 maps? Did you already mention that? You probably did, but if you didn't.
I didn't, Mayor Beer, and I'm happy to touch on that. So
thank you.
During the public comment process on the general plan and the EIR, there were statements made by the commenters that the city, has ignored maps related to fire risk. And in fact, the 2014 draft general plan had maps that showed fire risk, and therefore, this general plan was inappropriate. We looked into those comments and confirmed that the information in the maps that the commenters were referring to actually reflected draft maps that the state had released in 2007, I believe. And those maps were not ultimately adopted and do not reflect the actual adopted very high fire hazard severity zones. And so we've confirmed in multiple different ways that the general plan includes the correct final adopted fire hazard severity zone maps that Deputy Chief Kavanaugh mentioned and that I mentioned in my earlier presentation.
Thank you. Samantha, would you like to add something? I'm sure that you had extensive discussions about this at the Planning Commission. That would be helpful for the community as well.
Yeah, I think the council has done a really good job asking the questions that they've asked. We asked a lot of similar questions, but we didn't quite get the same level of detail on the fire maps from 2014 that was just given. But we did talk a lot about this. The one item that was on Mr. Murdoch's slide that did not make it into the red line draft, but I believe is up for your recommendation that the Planning Commission recommended and hope that you'll also recommend, is this note being added to the fire map figure that essentially says that as new information is published, as Chief Kavanaugh said, where it's anticipated even as early as this year, as that becomes available, it gets integrated into this document, or whoever is reviewing this document should go to that, that new data. So I think once that is in, that will encapsulate where the Planning Commission came down on this issue.
Thank you again. Anybody have anything else for Chapter 8? Okay. Chapter 9.
Mayor Beer, this is one where we'll want to jump to packet page 292.
I personally didn't have any notes or questions for Chapter 9. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing substantive. I just want to say this is where I really wish Mike O'Neill were here to give us his perspective on what it has to say about airport noise. That's all.
Okay. Nobody else has anything on Chapter 9? Do you need a little bit more time? Okay. Then we should move on to Chapter 10, which is implementation. As we get to the end of the document, I feel so proud. This is a beautiful document, and the amount of feedback that we've gotten from the communities, it's been a really amazing experience. So I look forward to what will come of it and the amendments that we can make moving forward, because obviously we'll be able to do that, and we're not making any decisions today. So there's going to be a whole nother opportunity to, provide comment and let us talk about things. So does anybody have anything for Chapter
10? I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring it up, but I wanted to hear more and understand better the discussions that Planning Commission had around annual review, annual program review, and what you were referring to earlier at the outset today, Director Murdoch, about moving that time frame to February and all that. Can you go over that part one more time, please?
Certainly. So I think at the outset, we need to just recognize and admit that having a general plan that hasn't been comprehensively updated in over 40 years is not where the city wants to be. And it's not a best practice, and we need to avoid and prevent that from happening again. One way we can take a measurable step to doing that is ensuring that there's a periodic process for evaluating and revisiting the general plan to make sure it's continuing to suit the community's needs, and to undertake updates of sections, as much as necessary, as often as necessary, to ensure that it's continuing to meet the community's needs. And so the way that the staff suggested and the Planning Commission supported, and Vice Chair Hauser can speak more to that, is to utilize the existing process that the city has to present to the City Council each year a progress report on implementation of the general plan, all of the elements, including the housing element, That is something that comes to the City Council early each year. It's a public comment opportunity that's required under state law. And so it allows an opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, for staff as well as the public to comment on what's working well and what's not working well with the general plan. And for the council to hear that feedback and then to determine together collectively whether it warrants further study and potential amendment of the general plan. And so what was discussed by the Planning Commission was ensuring that that timing was such that it would support the city's goal, or the City Council's goal setting process, so that those priorities could be identified and then properly resourced and planned for in the budget process. With that, I'll turn over to Vice Chair Hauser to add more about the thought process and importance of that to the Planning Commission.
Yes. Well, I appreciate your description, Mr. Murdoch. And I appreciate all of the, I'm going to call them kudos that council has kind of given the Planning Commission. But what I want to recognize and what really led to this discussion was how much help the commission got from both staff and their level of like detail and preparedness, and also from the community. I mean, the amount of thoughtful letters and emails and speakers who came and did their own research and helped us ask probing questions and help staff research additional items, that so affected our ability to go in depth on this version of the document. And so that fed into this bigger discussion of how do we continue to do that? And how do we continue to have that level of engagement and that spirit of providing a platform? And so by bringing it forward, and I believe, Mr. Murdoch thoroughly, when we had this conversation, went through how early we could do this, because there was originally a conversation about doing it in Q4 of the prior year, and that didn't give staff adequate time to prepare and come together. So February was the earliest time that we could do this, and that's what the Planning Commission ended up recommending, so that we could have that additional time to think through and research the community input that we hope to continue to receive.
Thank you so much. Okay, Christian, so is now the time where we're gonna review all the things that we talked about, or how do you want to proceed? I guess, how do we want to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. What I would suggest next is that we go back to the slides I presented earlier in the day with the additional amendments suggested to fully incorporate the Planning Commission's recommendation and the one additional staff recommendation from the Fire Authority. And so I'm happy to share my screen and bring those up. There are packet page references. I won't be able as readily to go back and forth in the packet showing that on the screen, but it's most important for the council to be able to have that discussion and deliberation and to provide whatever feedback or confirmation that they can on that.
Wonderful, thank you.
Great, so, just allow me a moment, please, and then I will jump over there.
And while you're doing that, council, I want to do a time check. I just thought I would poll you to see, what time are we looking at to close today? What are your thoughts about that?
I don't know if I so much have a particular time in mind as kind of process in mind. And frankly, I think we just got through the majority of what I had envisioned we'd get through. Frankly, I didn't even know if we'd get this far before the end of the day. But I figure since we will have another opportunity to deliberate as we like, and during that opportunity we'll be rejoined by our fellow council member, whom presumably by then will have reviewed the recording of today's meeting. That might be substantially a better time to go through whatever final deliberations we might deem appropriate. I definitely want to go back to what was left out from Planning Commission to reincorporate that as appropriate and go over what we discussed today as appropriate and deliberate to whatever extent. But it feels like, it just kind of feels intuitively like we're closer to the end of where we would naturally want to stop. And so that's what I mean when I don't necessarily feel like we need to have a stopping period, because I feel like we're kind of automatically going to the appropriate place.
City Manager?
Yeah, Mayor Beer, what I read partially into your question was just in terms of the entire day today, when to cut off, because just as a reminder, there is, if the council wants to get to it, the second agenda item, which is the Sharp Park specific plan study session, to hear an update from staff about the progress on that and hear public input as appropriate. So City Attorney Kenyon can help with the specific motions about ending deliberation on item 1 and then opening up item 2, et cetera. But I don't know that you heard from council members about interest level in, after we review the input on the general plan, item 1, moving on to item 2.
I did forget about item 2 for the record.
I will state that I don't think it's fair to item 2 to continue with that today, just because of all the things we've already done and how hard we've already worked today. That's just my opinion. What do you think, Councilmember Beckmeyer?
I agree. I would like to have a fresh mind and approach to the Sharp Park specific plan. I would like to have Councilmember O'Neill with us. And I would like to hear from staff about the possible scheduling of that presentation and what that timeline would look like.
Councilmember Boglos?
Agreed.
What did you say?
We can't do it all today. I mean, it's the notice of, diminishing return. After this long, you just don't have it there to deal with it anymore. Okay. Sorry, that didn't sound very good. See, it just means I'm tired.
It does. All right, well, we'll go over our review and then City Attorney can help us out.
Terrific. Thank you, Mayor Beer. So I will go ahead and pull up the additional amendments from the Planning Commission. Again, reminder that there are packet page references here so that the council can jump directly to the policies in question. So the first being at the top, really no packet page on that one as I say that, but a general principle of updating all of the labels on all figures in reference to the Sharp Park Golf Course as the historic Sharp Park Golf Course and Clubhouse, to emphasize the historic nature of that site. What I'm hoping for is we can either hear from the council and provide the feedback or give head nods. And if there's no concerns, I'll take that as consensus and we'll move on. And then I'll just make note of any exceptions that maybe warrant further discussion at some point for follow-up, if that works for you, Mayor Beer.
Yeah, sounds good.
Great. So hearing no comments, questions, concerns on the Sharp Park item. Next is packet page 388, Community Design Policy I-20, Underground Utilities. Due to just some document structuring, that's under a section headed with Coastal Zone, but the Commission wanted to clarify that should be applicable citywide with respect to these undergrounding policies. And so that amendment would be made with some minor new language or potentially relocating that policy to a different part of that chapter.
Head nods? Yes? Okay. No questions or comments? No?
You just note with the screen share as I have it, I can't see all of the council members' heads. So please, if you have a concern or a question, just chime in so I know from an audio standpoint that we can talk.
I have head nods from everyone for CB 120.
Or you can be the confirmer of the head.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Next is packet page 451. Level of service standards at key intersections. I mentioned earlier, the commission wanted to rephrase that so that it's more encouraging to the improvements rather than just sort of concessionary to the fact that, oh, we can't make any improvements and just wait around and accept it, but rather to inspire the actual improvement, but acknowledge that that will occur when designed and funded at some point.
Okay. Head nods from everyone.
Great. Next is figure 5-4 on packet page 455. And that would distinguish more clearly between trails as being unpaved facilities and class 1 facilities as being paved. There's some distinction, as far as the type of use and type of enjoyment of those facilities. And so the commission wanted to distinguish that point. The other would be to clarify that the Sharp Park berm is a trail, meaning it's unpaved rather than a paved class 1 facility. Adding the restroom and changing room designation to the Maury Point trailhead where there is a restroom there. And that would adjust figure 5-4.
Okay. Everybody? Councilmember Beckmeyer? Okay. We're good all the way.
All right. Packet page 615, figure 8-7, adding the note that Vice Chair Hauser mentioned about update this figure as new adopted fire hazard severity zone maps become available. To formalize, the periodic revision and update as new information becomes available.
Thank you for that. All the way, my head nods all the way.
Then chapter 10, implementation on packet page 310. Deleting the word elementary so that it's clear that the subdivision regulations also can require dedication of land for schools. So may not be simply for elementary schools, but for whatever schools may be needed as part of the subdivision.
Yep.
Next is the next page, packet page 311, table 10-1, just clarifying some of the acronyms that are used. RVLD is not a term used elsewhere in the general plan. It's actually very low density residential, VLDR, and similar examples of just changing around the letters to match for consistency's sake.
Okay.
And then I think these are the last two. A glossary definition change on packet page 628, clarifying that environmentally sensitive habitat areas may also be present outside the coastal zone. And then for the glossary definition of infill on packet page 630, delete the limitation of residential so that it's all development of new buildings on scattered vacant lots in a predominantly developed area or on new building parcels created by permitted lot splits.
Head nods all the way.
And as far as the one staff recommended change, it's just correcting a factual misstatement that there are 9 stations in the North County Fire Authority service area, not 10 stations as mentioned in the document.
Okay.
Hey, Christian, this is Chief Kavanaugh. It's actually, we need to make it say 9 fire companies.
Okay, so with the suggested modification by Deputy Chief Kavanaugh,
thank you.
9 fire companies.
Yes. Thank you.
Right. Hearing no objection, we'll make
no objections.
Well, great.
Vice Chair Hauser has her hand up.
Sorry, Mr. Murdoch, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't forget to discuss you probably have this next, but the map that Councilmember Big Stick referred to, or that Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick referred to regarding the MUN change of designation.
That's correct, yes. Next was the couple of items in the staff report for City Council confirmation, correct. And thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. So I will next share my screen with the staff report in one moment. Hopefully you can see here, to warm us up, the first land use map change, just to reiterate, was these 3 privately owned parcels at the corner of the Lindemar school site. Those have been changed in the document, the red line version that's before the council, to make them yellow to also be low density residential, consistent with the surrounding land uses. The next question for City Council confirmation is with respect to this property owner request, 44 Carmel Avenue. It's in the West Sharp Park neighborhood. This property owner, generally speaking, had requested for a redesignation to high density residential for the reasons in the staff report, including the desire to not make changes to the east-west residential streets and to keep the relatively low intensity character of that area, keeping the designation as low density residential. And the Planning Commission's recommendation was to deny the property owner's request. Right, so I will take that feedback to concur with the Planning Commission recommendation. Next is the 4320 and between 4320 and 4400 Coast Highway site. This site is proposed in the draft general plan currently as service commercial, and that includes a range of industrial type uses, and no residential use would be allowed. As explained in the staff report, the parcels immediately on either side of that along Highway 1 would be proposed designated as mixed-use neighborhood. And the property owner requested a land use change to be consistent with those adjacent parcels. Staff's analysis was that there is a rational basis given the highway orientation of the site and its greater distance from other areas for pedestrians from the Ballymar neighborhood and Rockaway Beach neighborhood, that service commercial uses could be appropriate if the council preferred those. But on balance, given the adjacency of the mixed-use neighborhood sites, to create a consistent type of land use and building pattern would be appropriate and probably the preferred option, and also to avoid potential incompatibilities of service commercial uses, which could include salvage, auto wrecking, and auto repair uses. Those would not be compatible in such close proximity to mixed-use residential and other types of lower intensity commercial uses. And so staff recommended redesignating that site and granting the property owner's request, and the Planning Commission concurred with that and recommended granting the request.
Would you like to discuss this at all, council members? No.
And I'll just note that one of the points of deliberation for the Planning Commission that I think weighed in favor was in consideration of the site's topography. Service commercial type uses typically need a lot of flat land area. You know, if you're bringing in larger trucks or salvage vehicles on auto wreckers, you know, they need room to maneuver. They need flat sites. This site does not lend itself well to that without excessive grading. And I think the commission believed that a mixed use project would likely be able to be sited more sensitively to the site and perhaps break up the buildings and have a better respect for the topography than would a service commercial type of land use.
See no one wanting to have a conversation about that, so let's move forward.
And lastly, I don't think there were any additional specific recommendations, or requests for council input, but just wanted to highlight some of the land use policies that were added to the general plan in case they didn't jump out in the red line version. So there's a new policy, as Vice Chair Hauser mentioned, for minimum floor area ratio, or FAR, as part of the zoning ordinance to establish appropriate minimum FARs in commercial and mixed use zoning districts. That gets to the core of ensuring that there's the proper balance and true legitimate commercial use is a component of mixed use projects, and avoiding the so-called token commercial components of past mixed use projects that some of you may be familiar with that the city has approved in the past. So learning the lessons from that. Next would be in Chapter 6, a new policy regarding year-round park use. We touched on this a little bit earlier in the council's discussions. To study ways to increase usability of city park facilities on a year-round basis, seek Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission input in the identification of preferred solutions. This initially came up in I think the specific consideration of lighting of fields to improve their usage throughout the year, later into the evening or earlier in the morning. But it could include a range of other potential improvements as well. We touched on artificial turf and the pros and cons or trade-offs associated with that, for example, and potentially other types of improvements for year-round use that we may not be thinking of currently. There's a proposed policy in Chapter 7, Conservation. We talked about the movement corridor study. I won't read that one again, but committing the city to participate in a broader process for that. Chapter 8, Safety Element. The commission added a policy to work with PG&E to encourage regular maintenance of electrical and gas facilities, including undergrounding electrical transmission and distribution facilities when feasible to minimize utility-related disasters. So, you know, a lot to unpack in that, but I think generally speaking, to ensure proper maintenance and where possible undergrounding to mitigate hazards for Pacifica. And then we worked through the land use changes already. Happy to go back to any of them or answer questions. But hearing none, we'll note council acceptance of those items.
Okay. Do we have one other section to go over with you, Christian, or no?
I'm looking back at my notes. I don't think so. I think we covered all of the formal items to present to the council. And thank you so much for that very helpful input.
Thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I have a question about the new map. I think it was new, mapped landslides map that was packet page 642. And the reason I'm asking this question is in relation to our statement that we're going to have printed on the map in the document around the fire hazard map, the language about that it will be updated when the appropriate maps are available, or however that's going to be worded. I'm wondering, is it the debris flow source area map on page 643 or the landslide map on 642 that we were limited in the database that we could access for purposes of substantiating this map that pertain to all of town, right? There was some individualized information, but it wasn't consistent. And so my understanding is that we were going to be utilizing this map and updating it or supplanting it with some other source when it became available. And I'm wondering, this is the question, do we need to do any note to that effect on that map as well, or has that already been covered?
Sure. I think there are elements of the need to update and data limitations in both of these. And so I'll share my screen to show the maps and we can take each in turn. So this is the proposed new figure 8-X in the general plan. This is the mapped landslide inventory. This is the one where we went to the state, they provided comments, they gave us data, we created the map, they came back after the fact and said, sorry, there were some errors in that data. Went back again, gave us new data, and we generated this final version here for the city council. These are historic mapped landslides that the state has mapped. I noted earlier, the limitation of this map is simply that it reflects the landslides mapped by the state. And so to whatever end there may be a desire to have more landslides that are not on the map included in the general plan, a good place to put that energy and effort is to get the state to include those mapped landslides in this data source, so that next time we update it, it reflects potentially more landslides. The other data limitation that was mentioned in the staff presentation was on figure 8-3B, the one shown here, the debris flow source areas. This initially was based on geographic information system or GIS data that was available from the state. Unfortunately, it only included the southern half of Pacifica, and so that was a criticism of that figure, which is a fair criticism. And so we went back. The state confirmed that for whatever reason, the digitized data in that format were not available for the northern half of Pacifica. However, there was a static plate map that could be used to create a map for the entire city. And so that's what we did. Rather than sacrifice completeness for convenience, we included the full city data in a form that cannot be as readily manipulated or used to support future analysis. So what we've said elsewhere is that, if and when this data becomes available in a digitized form, or if the city were to digitize it itself through some process with the appropriate technical expertise, to update this map so that it's in the format and in form of the other maps that are in the general plan. So there are various data limitations that we've encountered, but we've tried our best to work through them and strike the right balance of completeness and accuracy in the data. And the last point I'll just make is that, we could put notes on every one of these maps to update them when new information becomes available. From my perspective, that's implicit. It's a responsibility of staff to do that. It's an opportunity in the annual reporting process to say, hey, we think new data are available, go double check and update as necessary. I think given the particular sensitivity of the fire maps and us knowing that there is a process culminating from the state related to the update, I think that was additional justification for that fire map figure specifically to have that acknowledgement, to give credence to the community's concerns, to give credence to the council's concerns, and to ensure that that's known, that in the near term, there's likely to be an updated data set and a need to revisit that map.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Christian or Samantha? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sam, is there anything else you want to add?
No, thanks for having me.
Again, thank you for the extraordinarily thorough job you all did. It's appreciated.
Yeah, and thanks for being with us all day today. Okay. So we have decided that we're not going to be addressing item number 2. Hello, Kevin. I knew you were going to come help us.
Thank you, Mayor Beer. And so at this point, it seems like the council wasn't going to take up item 2. And as mentioned at the outset of the meeting, this special meeting regarding general plan and EIR will be adjourned to July 11th. And if I could ask City Attorney Kenyon to come on and help the proper language for what the council may be interested in doing at this point, both for the Sharp Park study session portion of this meeting and the general plan EIR.
Well, good afternoon, and you all did just a fantastic job. I have to tell you, I'm just so impressed with all of you, just the public, the council, and Planning Commission liaison, Ms. Hauser, has just been amazing. So, and of course staff, but in any event, Madam Mayor, I'm gleaning that it's the consensus of the council that you want to adjourn this meeting. And if you're prepared to do that, my suggestion is that you adjourn this special meeting to the special and regular meeting of the Pacifica City Council on July 11th. If the council does not want to adjourn the specific plan, depending upon timing, then I would just ask the mayor to adjourn item 1 of this meeting to a special meeting on July 11th. I'm not sure if the calendar on July 11th can handle both the general plan discussion as well as the Sharp Park specific plan. If Mr. Woodhouse wants to chime in on that suggestion, that's the only sort of caveat. You can adjourn this whole meeting to July 11th, or you can just adjourn a portion of it.
And yeah, I would say that the July 11th agenda, it looks like it will be robust, whatever word you want to use. So a question for City Attorney Kenyon is, could the Sharp Park specific plan study session be continued to a date to be determined? The planning, as also mentioned, Mr. Murdoch mentioned that the Planning Commission is going to take up continuing their deliberation about the Sharp Park specific plan on Monday, July 18th. The City Council doesn't have a regularly scheduled council meeting the second half of July. So there's July 11th special and regular meeting, and then there's August 8th regular meeting. But I suppose depending on the council's preference, there could be a special study session created in there to be determined to discuss the specific plan.
So my suggestion is to just adjourn this item 1 to the special regular meeting on July 11th. Let's say nothing about the Sharp Park specific plan, and then the council can decide at a future date when to have that study session. There's no special noticing requirements for that other than the 72-hour Brown Act notice. So my suggestion, Madam Mayor, would just be to adjourn item 1 to the special regular meeting on July 11th, 2022.
Okay. That sounds great. Thank you, everybody, for all of your hard work today. So right now, we're going to adjourn this item 1, to a special meeting happening on July 11th, 2022. Is that good enough, Michelle?
Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah, special and regular meeting, correct?
Special and regular meeting.
Yes, special and regular meeting, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Good day.
Very good day.
Recording stopped.